never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
Say, check 1, 2. Yeah, everything's working. Not like on Monday morning. Hey, we close out a Monday. Here comes Tuesday. Time zone to time zone. We'll work our way into the 20th day of April. Now, for some people, that date has some significance. For me, it's just another day, but yeah, 420. It's like a Willie Nelson kind of day, if you know what I mean. 420. So welcome aboard. Hope your week's off to a good start here. We had a rather pleasant day here in the Ohio Valley to start the new week. Yeah, things going to be changing. Already beginning to feel the breeze beginning to kick a little bit, as we're going to be getting prepared for some much colder air to be sweeping through the central and eastern portions of the country. Hey, the cold air is already in place. It's snowing in Denver. You know, about the eastern half of Colorado, for the most part. From Denver all the way down to just north of Alamosa, Colorado. It looks like mostly lighter snow. You've got some snow now moving through northwestern Kansas. Much of southern Nebraska across the board. Has some lighter snow reaching all the way over into southwestern Iowa, and even south central Iowa, southeastern portions of Iowa, still too warm. It's just rain, a little light rain extending through central and northern Illinois, south of Chicago on up into northern Indiana. It's raining over in the Detroit area tonight. From Detroit to Cleveland, to Erie, PA, it's just rain for the moment. But that's going to be changing as that cold air begins to come into play over the next day or so. Let's start things off right there With a look at our travelers' weather, forecasters tracking that this is a rather potent cold front, especially for this time of year. It's already brought snow to parts of Montana, Wyoming, as we say right now, Colorado, South Dakota, Nebraska, Iowa. It's all going to be progressing eastward. So this cold air across the center of the country is going to set the stage for, it should be, they're saying, a rather narrow swath of snow to continue to stretch across the Midwest to the Great Lakes between now and Wednesday. So, yeah, we had a pleasant day, dry day on Monday. Yeah, following highs in the mid-50s and lower 60s while the snow was beginning to unfold further to the west. Temperatures will begin to come crashing down from west to east as we progress overnight tonight as the storm approaches. That snow is going to spread across portions of Illinois, Indiana, southern Michigan during Tuesday afternoon, reaching part of Ohio by Tuesday night. It's a rather fast-moving system as it races into the Midwest, so as such, snowfall 4 to 5 inches limited southwest of the Great Lakes, according to AccuWeather. At this point in time, they expect up to a few inches to fall across southern Missouri, stretching over to Indiana during the day today. Cities like Kansas City, yes, Indianapolis, you'll be in play during the day. Just marginally cold enough in parts of the Ohio Valley for a little bit of snow to accumulate, since Chicago will be both on the northern edge of the snow, and the forecast is for the snow to fall during the middle of the day. It's probably going to be a challenge to get maybe an inch or two of snow to fall in the city of Chicago there. But as the storm makes its way through the lower Great Lakes Tuesday night, the cooler conditions and slightly slower movement of the storm could allow some higher snowfall potential. There's going to be a heavier swath of snow stretching from northern Missouri through the southernmost portions of Ontario and on up into far northern Maine. We could be talking as much as 15 inches accumulation, especially for some of the higher elevations. So that's going to be one to watch. Definitely could cause some travel issues there. While much of the accumulating snow may be on mainly the non-paved surfaces, it's not too late in the season to see some slippery conditions begin to develop. So then another wave of cold is going to filter in behind this storm, a bit more intense than the cold preceding it. In fact, Tuesday night, as overnight low temperatures are going to be approaching near record levels in Kansas City, St. Louis, Chicago, and even Indianapolis. This is cold air making its way from north of the Arctic Circle. It's plowing across central and northern Canada. We could be talking some, again, record lows challenged in Kansas City, as well as St. Louis, Indianapolis, and Chicago. You will also experience near record cold Tuesday night. All right, in the wake of the midweek storm, the cold's going to linger. It will begin to dry out, but much of the Midwest and the Northeast, we'll see, before it's all said and done, some accumulating snowfall. Temperature's going to be 10 to as much as 20 degrees below normal, probably right on through the rest of the week. By next weekend, we should begin to see a pocket of milder air trying to bring conditions closer to where would be normal for this time of year. But so I flip over to we've got the frost advisories and freeze warnings. Most of these are going to be for Tuesday night into Wednesday morning. And I'm looking at freeze warnings stretching all the way. You've pretty much got the entire state of Missouri, even down into northern Arkansas. Hard freeze. Freeze warnings all the way down through the Texas Panhandle. Frost advisories in northern and almost into central portions of Texas, if you could imagine that. Frost advisories. I hope the power grid is prepared for this in Texas. You know, they actually had a close call last week. You almost had to resort to some of those rolling blackouts. as demand on the power system. This is going to be really cold air for this time of the year. Hard freeze warnings stretching through all of Illinois, most of Indiana, western portions of Ohio, obviously. Yeah, let me kind of zoom in and see just how cold are we going to be. Some of these advisories. Now, they'll kick in at like 1 a.m. Tuesday night into Wednesday morning. Sub-freezing temperatures. We're talking into the middle and upper 20s for portions of central and east central, southeastern and west central Illinois. Frost and freeze conditions could kill crops, other sensitive vegetation, and possibly damage unprotected outdoor plumbing, as a matter of fact. Frozen pipes. Weather Service in St. Louis, pretty much the same. For temperatures as low as 27 degrees for east central, northeast, and even southeast Missouri. South central, southwest, and west central Illinois. On over into the state of Indiana, where they're talking Tuesday night into Wednesday night, 23 to 28 degree overnight low temperatures. All of northern Indiana, southwestern Michigan, western portions of northwest Ohio. I mean, that's cold. 23 for this time of year? We're going to be rolling into the 21st day of April, for crying out loud. Let's see. Let's go scrolling down to one other Weather Service office out of Chicago. Freeze warning kicks in at the midnight hour Tuesday night until 10 a.m. Wednesday morning. Temperatures in the upper 20s expected there again. Northwest Indiana, northern and central Illinois. So across the board, that's really cold air for this time of year. Now, if it were not for the fact that we were into April, this particular air mass, according to the folks at AccuWeather, would have our temperatures, if we were going to say February, we'd probably be talking temperatures close to zero with this air mass. So very cold air for this time of year. On up into the Northeast. All right, you don't have any watches, advisories, not just yet. But as this story, I'd venture 24 hours from now, I'll be sharing with you some advisories there in the Northeast because New York City, you were above normal, almost 10 degrees above normal this past day. Yeah, warmed up over the weekend. Now, you had some really cold air last week. Going back to Friday, you were 10 degrees below normal as that storm was blowing through the region. New York topped out at like 53. Boston was only 45 degrees for a high on Friday. As we started the week here, the warmth was building into the region. Yeah, with New York City jumping 10 degrees above average. You had a high of 75. Several other cities, Philadelphia, Washington, D.C., you're again anticipating hitting the 70s here today for your Tuesday. And I know you're thinking, hey, it's starting to look and feel a little bit like May. Nope, don't bank on it. Old Man Winter's going to come back knocking on the door. There continues to be a threat, they tell us, for a big storm for the Northeast and the Mid-Atlantic about Wednesday for your region. The cold air we've just been talking about pushing through the Great Lakes today will bring in some chilly conditions just ahead of a wintry storm moving in from the central states. First wave of cold air kind of sets the stage for some snow over parts of the Northeast Tuesday night into Wednesday. This heavy, wet snow is going to stretch from Wichita, Kansas, all the way up into Ottawa in Canada. Along Lake Erie and Lake Ontario in Ohio, Pennsylvania, and New York, as well as some of the higher elevations from central New York up into western Maine. We could be looking at several inches of snow on the ground by Thursday morning. So, again, the Northeast, 24 hours from now, you can bank on. We'll be looking at some winter weather advisories, maybe even some winter storm warnings. It's going to be too warm along the I-95 corridor in the Northeast for snow. Yeah, you're going to get some rain probably Wednesday through Wednesday night. But even as the storm clears, the temperatures are going to keep dropping between midweek. From midweek, you're going to have warm weather fans across the Great Lakes and Northeast longing for some unseasonable warmth. Instead of temperatures topping out 10 to 20 degrees above average, like what we had been seeing in early April, we're going to flip it over, the exact opposite. New York City, Philadelphia, Washington, D.C., you're going to dive into the 30s Wednesday night. Buffalo, New York, you're expected to reach below freezing with a low of 30 that night. Now, that's almost 30 degrees below normal. Anybody that's tempted by the warmer conditions earlier this month, if you started planting crops, you got out there and maybe planted, you got your garden started, you're going to have to protect things from the frost. That cold air continues to build over much of the Northeast. Thursday's likely to be probably the coldest day of the week, stretching from Washington, D.C. to Philadelphia and New York City. Looking ahead, they do hint that another storm could arrive next weekend. Timing, severity, that's all going to depend on another surge of cold air coming into the plains and the Midwest. How we've got locked into this cold pattern as spring is well underway. Come on, Mother Nature. I think Mother Nature is bipolar. Would that be the term? All right, get to some of our industry headlines as we're underway here on a Tuesday morning. Of course, we'll get to your calls coming up here. Jump on board. What's going on? It's 844-844-3388. Before we get to the industry headlines, let me flip over, see who else checking in this morning. Of course, Chevy Guy, copy in the mail there. Captain Ron checking in from Ocala, Florida, 67. He says it finally stopped raining. Hey, we'll get to your forecast for Florida coming up here because it looks like there's quite a bit more rain maybe in the offing with a front that's kind of stalled across the Sunshine State. And a lot of rain potentially for some. Zorro's checking in this morning. Hello, Kyle. Got a busy week ahead of you, heading out to California for some racing action. We'll update you on that here coming up. Morning, Dale checks in from Jacksonville, Florida. A nice 64 degrees, clear tonight. Ride safe out there. Bruce says, good morning, Steve, and all the great American men and women driving trucks out there. So we got a lot of listening friends in Florida. Richard also, good morning from Florida. Let's see, who else we got? Monty Python. Morning, Your Honor, from Lima, Ohio. I'm headed back north, back to Detroit. Scooter checking in from Yazoo City in the great sovereign state of Mississippi, where it's 54 degrees, partly cloudy there this morning. Christian, morning, Steve, and everybody listening in from Wisconsin. Milkman picking up milk from the Wisconsin farms. There you go. 47 degrees in Henderson, North Carolina. Just Teach headed north to start the week on the Wiggle Wagon. All right, we'll get to some of the other comments coming up here. It was right there at the tail end of the show last evening. Ironically, I mentioned the citizen driver honorees. I knew the announcement was going to be coming up. I couldn't recall because I saw the story several days ago, and I couldn't recall if it was last week or if it was coming up this week. Oddly enough, it was this past morning. And the citizen driver honorees named this past day, Dan Porter and Don Talley, joining the elite group of truck drivers named the 2021 Citizen Driver Honorees by Travel Centers of America. Now, over the years, I've had the honor, the privilege of being a judge for the Citizen Driver Awards. I've got my plaques. You can't see them on the camera, but that's decorations on that glass little thing over there, is also in recognition for being a judge. I didn't get to be a judge this year, but I do know Dan Porter had been a finalist the previous 2 years that I was a judge. So third time's a charm, I guess they say. If you don't know the name Dan Porter, you probably would recognize the name Dusty Chrome. Recognize that name? Yeah, so congratulations there, Dusty Chrome. Let's see. Barry Richards, president of Travel Centers of America, making the announcement on the Dave Nemo show this past morning. Each year, your Citizen Driver program honors those who go above and beyond in their service to customers and the community, says Richards. Last year, Americans were reminded of the essential role professional drivers play in their everyday lives as the industry quickly rose to meet the unprecedented challenges of the COVID-19 pandemic. We want to continue to share these drivers' stories and demonstrate why they deserve respect and recognition. So Dan Porter, he drives for Warner Enterprises, otherwise known as Dusty Chrome. Was nominated by, 2016. It was nominated by Candy Bass. All right, Candy was actually a Citizen Driver honoree there back in 2016. During his 52-year career, though, he's logged 3.8 million crash-free miles, served on the Werner Driver Advisory Committee, volunteered for the Special Olympics Truck Convoy, as well as Trucking for a Cure. Dusty said, "It's a prestigious honor. I'm still a little bit overwhelmed." He did call into the show this past morning, the Nemo show. It's something a driver can certainly take pride in. I've taken photos of the honorees at the Mid-America Truck Show, and I was tickled just to be in the top 10. It's kind of like being nominated for an Academy Award. All right, as part of the honor, Porter will have a dedication ceremony at the Petro in Glendale, Kentucky. It's the one he selected. And a $2,500 donation is going to be split between the St. Christopher Truckers Relief Fund and the Truckers United for Charities. The other honoree, of course, Don Talley, a veteran of the U.S. Army. He's been driving professionally for the past 21 years, a driver for Carter Express. Talley first learned how to drive in the Army. He's been driving again professionally for the past 21 years, accumulating over 2 million crash-free miles. He said, "I was very surprised that I was an honoree or a winner," as some like to refer to it. Last year, I was close. It was an honor to even make it that far. So we tried one more time, and here we are. He had previously received a Master Truck Driver Award from the Indiana Motor Truck Association, Driver of the Month for the Indiana Motor Truck Association, and Carter Express and Carter's 1 Million Miles Saved Driver Award. Also, he recently formed the Road Dog Crew to promote the St. Christopher Trucker Relief Fund and Truckers Against Trafficking. So he selected the St. Christopher Fund to receive a $2,500 donation, and the Petro in Gaston, Indiana, is the location that will be dedicated in his name. For this year's awards, by the way, they started with 85 drivers that were nominated, that they got to whittle down to 10 finalists. And again, I had to miss out on being a judge, but hey, congratulations, Dusty and Don, on being 2021 Citizen Driver honorees from Travel Centers of America, TA and Petro Stopping Centers. All righty, so they had their 72-hour blitz several days ago. We had warned you about this. Officers with the Georgia Department of Public Safety issued hundreds of citations and out-of-service orders during that 3-day enforcement operation between April 13th and 15th along the I-95, I-16 corridors and the areas near the port of Savannah and Brunswick there in Georgia. The focus was on distracted drivers. Officers were also focused on inspecting commercial vehicles, transporting intermodal containers, hazmat materials, and unsafe operations of commercial motor vehicles. Officers with the Georgia DPS conducted 679 non-hazmat inspections and 118 hazmat inspections, a total of 84 commercial vehicles and 45 drivers placed out of service during the blitz. 50 citations for following too closely, they tell us. 57 citations for improper lane usage. 148 citations for cell phone usage, aka / distracted driving. Due to the increase in crashes involving commercial vehicles on the I-16 corridor, I'd like to remind all commercial vehicle operators to remain focused while driving and not be distracted operating their vehicles. We've conducted multiple commercial motor vehicle enforcement operations on I-16 so far this year. So that's the big focus, but it's a pretty big number, 148 for cell phone usage while driving. All right, what are we looking at here? 23 past the hour. Our number is 844-844-3388. Let me jump down to Steve. I think, Steve, you sent me an email about an hour and 20 minutes ago, which I haven't got to yet. But since we got you on the line, give us the live report. What's going on?
Yeah, that was about an hour. Yeah, it was about 11 Eastern, your time. On 294 northbound, if any drivers are heading towards Wisconsin, do not go on that road. There was a 10-mile backup when I was going southbound, heading towards Indianapolis. So it's 294 northbound, just south of 95th Street. So before I-55, which is the Stevenson. So to get around that, they can take I-57 northbound through Chicago and get on 55 there.
Okay, so apparently you said a tractor trailer had gone through the sound wall and was hanging off the highway. Is that correct?
Yeah, you know those big walls that they put up on the side of the highways?
Yes.
For the for the noise. This guy, I don't know how he did this, Steve. He must have jackknifed somehow, because he went straight into this wall, so perpendicular with the expressway on a 90-degree angle, went through that wall, which those things are concrete. They're like concrete slats. And he went through that wall, and his tractor trailer was hanging off the highway. I don't know how far down it was, because I really couldn't see it.
Yeah.
But his trailer was hanging on the wall by his back tandems on the trailer. So I don't know if he hit the ground on the other side or if he was, dangling in the air, because I'm not sure how long the drop was.
Wow.
Where that wall was, because there's like homes in there and stuff. But that's going to be a while before they get that mess cleaned up. So there was 3 lanes blocked when I was coming through there. But
you said a 10-mile backup, though? Wow, that's going to take a while to clear out.
Oh, yeah. And like I said, they got 3 lanes blocked. They're going to need cranes in there. They're going to try to clean that up right away. But, that was about an hour and a half ago. So if people are coming up to Chicago from I-65, they can just stay on I-65 and then take the Chicago Skyway going westbound into the city. There's not much traffic going that way if they got to get up towards Wisconsin. So, but I checked in on the app about 5 after 12, and I didn't know if you had read it or not. So, just wanted to let drivers know if they're up in the area.
I had not got to that yet. So thanks for dialing us up.
No problem. I'll check in later, Steve. Thanks a lot.
All right. Yep, we'll do that. We got lots of interesting things to touch on here as we make our way into a Tuesday morning. Looking up at our northern border in Ontario, Canada. Remember, it's been a week or two ago when they've gone back on this full COVID lockdown kind of thing. Yeah, the indoor dining shut down. Yeah, lots of businesses. And apparently, a lot of people are kind of up in arms. There's a group of residents in Ontario protesting the strict new lockdown. They hoisted an upside-down Canadian flag, and they were using lights signaling the SOS, the Morse code SOS signal toward the United States over the weekend. One demonstrator says, "We're down here in Niagara Falls." And they were streaming live on Facebook. We have an upside down in distress, and we're about to Morse code SOS across the border to our neighbors. We're asking for help. We're hostages in our own province right now. We're no longer free to do what we want as our charter allows us. Going on to describe Ontario's government as tyrannical. They went on to claim that the public health bureaucrats are pulling the puppet strings of Ontario's Premier Doug Ford. We're going to send a Morse code SOS across the border. And somebody even notified the Border Patrol, and they're waiting for this message. So this is what it's all about, guys. Take action. Take action. Do more than just protest, he says. Now, I don't know what we're supposed to do about your issues with being locked down. Hell, there's still people in this country, depending on which city you're in. Well, I think it was Portland. I believe I've got the story over here that they're going backwards. If I'm not mistaken, they just issued the face mask, the mask coverings mandate. It's permanent, or AKA until further notice. So I just extend this thing on and on and on. I think it was Blade Runner sent me that story there about the Morse code. He said, "Sorry, Canada, we've got our own problems here in Biden's America. Just watch what happens in this country after the Minneapolis verdict." Yeah, Blade Runner, everybody's on edge, pins and needles. That's pretty much the top story, that the closing arguments have taken place. The jury has the case. How long it will take them to deliberate, to come up with a guilty or not guilty. Yeah, will all the jurors be able to come up unanimous, or will it be a split verdict kind of thing, a hung jury? That's what we're all anticipating. But what happens when that verdict comes down anytime in the coming days ahead? That'll be our top story in the news, which we're going to get a news break right here. Get back to your calls just ahead. Hang in there. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Jurors have begun deliberations in the Derek Chauvin trial, with the former officer charged with murder in the death of George Floyd. Closing statements wrapped up late Monday afternoon as the prosecution and defense made their final arguments. The jury has been sequestered for their deliberations. Chauvin is charged with second-degree unintentional murder, third-degree murder, and second-degree manslaughter. If convicted of the most serious charge, the second-degree murder, the former police officer faces up to 40 years in prison. Ahead of a verdict in the trial, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz has requested additional law enforcement assistance from other states as he prepares for possible unrest. In a statement, Walz said that he had requested the help from Ohio and Nebraska to support efforts to preserve the First Amendment right of peaceful protests while protecting public safety. Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker has taken the step of activating the Illinois National Guard ahead of possible protests. The governor's office says that Guard members will be positioned in Chicago beginning on Tuesday. You're listening to USA Radio News.
What kind of career are you looking for? Do you dream of using your creative talents in the movie business? How about the advertising world? Or would you rather work in fashion? At Academy of Art University, we can help you get the art and design skills and experiences that employers want. Hundreds of top companies in the Bay Area and around the world have hired graduates from the Academy. You'll be trained by professional faculty members that have worked in the industry, so your education is practical and focused on what real-world companies want. You can get your degree at our San Francisco campus or anywhere online. Do what you want to do with your life. Call right now to get more information.
800-811-7913. 800-811-7913. 800-811-7913. That's 800.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced System Shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-632-4506.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Stiction.
Engine oil can break down under extreme heat, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit that creates drag on the engine's moving parts. This sticky friction is stiction. Symptoms include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is formulated to be left in the engine. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Blade Runner sent me a follow-up story from the Toronto Sun this past day. Good golly. Fury! The people are outraged. People in Ontario have been pushed too far. And they finally pushed back. What a weekend it was, they say. Friday, Ontario's Premier Doug Ford and his cabinet held a press conference as they announced new restrictions on the province. Let's see. The cabinet was deeply conflicted, to put it mildly, about the outrageous new rules they were about to inflict on the entire province. Not clear why they even felt they needed new restrictions released that very day. And despite what was obviously a divided caucus, ministers confidently sat down for the camera, pretended that they were united as they told a shocked province that among other measures, police will be randomly stopping pedestrians and motorists to demand where you're going and closing off the kids' playgrounds. Now that sounds like some Nazi tactics, doesn't it? Well, where are you headed? Where's your papers? If you're not willing to comply, then you're breaking the law, and there is the option for the police officer to issue a ticket, according to the declaration. The health minister went on to claim people not wearing masks in parks was a cause of increased transmission, something that no self-respecting medical authority or anyone familiar with the data has ever said before. The people in Ontario went to bed outraged, but woke up with rebellion on their minds. Police services across the province declared they will not enforce these random stops. Parents took their kids to the playground like it was any other day. And even those medical voices who've never seen lockdown measures like this said, we've had enough. By the afternoon, the government had clearly lost its moral authority on these issues, and they made a poor excuse of a retreat, kind of repealing the playground orders and the random stop rules. Some of the other rules were kept in place, though, as silly as it sounded when I described it to a friend of mine in Alberta. I mean, picnic tables were off limits. All athletic facilities were banned. Even people in the same family weren't allowed in the park to kick a ball around. Okay, all these rules were massively defied by the people, thumbing their nose at the government because they didn't care, maybe because some of them didn't even know about them, but talk about going to extremes there in Ontario, Canada. Yeah, at what point do you say, that's it, I've had enough, we've reached the breaking point? That's kind of where they are. And how did Blade Runner put it? Yeah, the word cluster, you know what, keeps coming to mind. Even mild-mannered Canadians are totally urinated off. People have reached their breaking point. Do they honestly expect us to go through another year of lockdowns, with exceptions for rioting and looting and mandatory mask mandates, when in the United States, I mean, they're telling us 50% of the adult population have received at least one COVID vaccination? People have had enough. All righty. Thanks for sharing there, Blade Runner. Let's get back to the calls here, and that may very well be a voice from the past. Zookeeper?
That would be a voice from the past.
How far in the past are we talking? It's been years.
Oh, my God. We have not talked for probably at least 20 years.
Okay. I knew it's been a while.
A few things have happened since then.
You think?
Well, I'm married. I'm no longer driving a truck. My husband can no longer drive a truck. And as soon as I came off the truck, my body went to hell.
Oh, boy. So if you're not driving,
so I see you got a new channel.
Yeah, we got a new gig. What do you think? Did you just find us, or have you been watching it for a while, or?
No, I was actually talking to Doc today about radar, and we got talking about you.
How about that?
Because he wanted to make sure I knew, and I found out like most everybody else did online.
Uh-huh. Yep.
Oh, and as for the lockdowns, I got a friend of mine that lives in Ireland. They haven't been able to leave the house since September.
That's incredible. I mean, stuck inside for all that time.
She lives with her mother and father-in-law. She has 2 sons, young sons. And her husband's a firefighter, like maybe like 100 miles away. I don't know the kilometer to miles thing.
Mm-hmm.
And she's climbing the walls.
I can't imagine. So if you're not driving,
just started a job.
Really? Wow.
Yep.
So if you're not driving truck for a living, are you just retired, or you on like Social Security, or how you getting by?
Yeah, I'm on Social. I drive a recliner now.
Okay. Okay.
I'm on Social Security disability, and my husband, who is Freebird, he works for the post office as a rural carrier.
All right.
Yeah, I mean, even here in Pennsylvania, we still have to wear the masks because I live just off of 80 in Danville, Pennsylvania.
Okay.
And we're still required to wear masks. Our numbers are bouncing around, and it's just ridiculous. We figured at the holidays that the governor would have locked us down again, but he didn't. So I don't know when he's going to lift the mask mandate. My husband and I go tomorrow for our first vaccine, and I'm still not thrilled about it. But
I was going to ask how you felt about that, because a lot of people, I mean, I don't hold it against anyone. If you want to get it, go for it. I'm still I'm like a lot of people that's hesitant about it, but depending on your health issues, I mean, if you've got pre-existing conditions and things like that, it's probably best to go ahead and get it done.
Well, I've got type 2 diabetes. Thursday, I was just diagnosed with rheumatoid arthritis, and I'm obese. So I've got the trifecta.
Yeah.
So yay me.
Well, it's
my poor husband. I married him to be my husband, not my caretaker.
Right. Well, hey, it's good to hear from you, Zookeeper. Like I said, it's been a long, long time, but now that you found us, you can check in from time to time.
I definitely will. Answer my messages sometimes too, mister.
Now, that would probably do it. You mean like Facebook Messenger?
Yeah, I sent you messages and never hear nothing from you.
I don't get, I mean, like when I'm doing the show live or whatever, when I flip over, I've got the Facebook up usually on one of the screens. I might see a message come across, but I don't really get into the Messenger thing a whole lot. So a lot of people don't get responses from me.
And I have to say congratulations to Danny and Don.
Yes. How about that? Old Dusty Chrome.
I was surprised. Well, with Dusty Chrome, I'm never surprised. He's a good man.
Yep.
He really is.
Yep. Maybe one of these days we'll have an actual truck show and we'll get to see Dusty again taking photos down there in Louisville. It's going to be at least 2022. We know that now, though. All right. Yeah. Didn't realize it'd been that many years since we've checked in. Let's see. Back to our, who all's checking in here? Lori checking in. Morning. 48 degrees here in Buffalo. It's still raining here, though. Todd checks in. Good morning from New Mexico. Ronald checking in. Morning from South Central PA. Let's see. Oh, one of the states that helped steal the election. Okay. Yeah, Timothy said, did you catch Volvo is on strike in Dublin, Virginia? That is in our industry headlines. We'll get more details on that coming up here. Tank checks in this morning. Nice night here in Arizona. 57 degrees. I'm headed out to Fontana, California. Everybody be safe. Have a great day. Okay, then I think we had via the email, which is steve@hotshotsecret.com. Our old buddy Santa Claus checking in. He's a beautiful evening out here on the left coast. Keep me awake, Steve, and the road gang out there. Headed back to the headquarters. He's leaving Vandenberg Air Force Base there in California. All right, good to have you with us. Santa Claus, we'll do our best to keep you awake. Okay, back to the calls. Hello there, Pappy. What's happening?
Good evening, Steve. How are you doing?
Doing well.
Good. I want to bring up one name, Steve. Just one name. We're going to get the ball rolling here. Maxine Waters.
What is that hag thinking? I mean, she's off the rails.
Steve, if she is not removed from Congress, right? They impeached Trump for what he said. Walk peacefully and patriotically. And I know you've probably seen the video of what came spewing out of her mouth out in front of the courthouse.
Yep.
Along with the rest of your callers, because I know they pay attention. If she's not removed, we got a member of Congress refusing to accept a verdict in our court
from a jury.
Inside, yes.
She actually went so far as to say, if we don't get a guilty verdict, we need to get more confrontational. Now, if that's not the definition of inciting violence, I don't know what is.
That was the icing on the cake, Steve. Could you imagine if this was a Republican saying something like this? I mean, for her to say something like that, she's not even sitting on the jury. She hasn't been sitting. Maybe if she watched every single second and minute, of video coverage, she could have her own opinion, but she needs to keep it to herself.
Yeah.
And that didn't happen. There's nothing we could say or do to change her mind before this trial even started. But that blew my mind when I seen that today. How come there wasn't no riots after when OJ, Simpson got found not guilty?
If the glove doesn't fit, you must acquit, right?
Yeah, I mean, you know what? This, Steve. I believe that in all my heart that there are members in Congress, these left-wing buffoons, are trying to take over this country, and that's one way to do it is to divide this country. They have to divide this country and get us fighting. I'll go as far as this might be some really conspiracy stuff, Steve. You might think I'm a little whacked out for this, but I think it's worldwide, man. I mean, when you just talked about what's going on in Canada,
yeah.
He talked about, he mentioned somebody, was it Australia? Where was it? They weren't able to leave their house in September of last year.
It was, I think it was, I can't remember which country.
Yeah, but in order, if anybody believes in like this new world order, the elite, the one world government, in order for that to come about, the United States has to fall. But I'm telling you, the Republicans need to grow a set of kahunas and do something about this woman. If she's not removed from Congress, I mean, I don't know the exact parameters of what needs to be done to get her. I mean, would it take a House majority to vote to get her removed? Or, I mean, I'm not exactly sure how that would work. I know if it went to the Senate, it probably would go through, but I think it would have to start at the House, though, wouldn't it?
I think Pelosi's the one that has to act first. Nancy's got to do something. And if she doesn't, I think Kevin McCarthy has already said if she doesn't act, he will act here in a matter of next couple of days.
Right. Unbelievable. Hey, if I can do one more thing, and I'm going to get off here.
Yep.
Gun Control Act. All right. The Senate's going to be voting on this crazy new gun policy that Biden's trying to get through. Anybody living in Ohio, if they want to call Senator Rob Portman's office, I think Portman, he's calling it quits. He's not running again.
Yeah.
I think for the most part, he's a good man. But I got a phone number for his office if it's okay to throw it out there.
Sure, absolutely.
Area code 202-224-3353. Again, that's 202-224-3353. if we could get some Americans to call his office and make sure he votes no on this Biden gun control stuff. Even if you don't live in Ohio, feel free to call, express your thoughts as an American that if you believe in the Second Amendment. Steve, that's all I got, man.
All right.
I knew Maxine was going to be in the talk tonight, and I appreciate you taking my call. I'm going to sit back and listen.
All right, you got it there, Pappy. Yeah, the judge in the Chauvin trial actually ripped her. I mean, it's come to she's actually interfering. The judge says, what she's done may actually result in the whole trial being overturned. That is a real possibility. If you didn't catch it, it's over the weekend. Maxine Waters, she's in Minneapolis. She's out there on the streets in front of the courthouse with the protesters, right? And that's where she went so far as to saying, if Chauvin is not convicted for George Floyd's death, we have to get more confrontational. Now, what is more confrontational than what we've already seen? Half the damn city burned in the summer of 2020 over the death of George Floyd. She wants to get more confrontational? According to the report, the judge overseeing the trial blasting abhorrent Representative Maxine Waters for the comments over the weekend. Her words could be grounds for the defense to appeal a verdict. Chauvin's lawyer asked the judge this past day to declare a mistrial over her comments, arguing that she had prejudiced the trial. The judge did not grant that. I listened into some of the commentary earlier, and Chauvin's lawyer is pretty much saying, for whatever reason, the judge has not had this jury sequestered during this trial. In other words, there's a good likelihood if any of those jurors had tuned into any sort of news coverage of any kind anywhere, because it was so widely covered, social media, everywhere, that there's almost no way that they have not heard what Maxine Waters said. You've got a member of Congress essentially telling these jurors, if we don't get a guilty verdict, so the judge says, I'll give you that Congresswoman Waters may have given you something on appeal that may result in the whole trial being overturned. That was the judge's quote as the jurors begin deliberations. Over the weekend, she was talking to the reporters out there with the protesters. She said the protesters need to, quote, stay on the street, demanding justice until there's genuine police reform. If Chauvin is not found guilty, we've got to stay on the street. We've got to get more active. We've got to get more confrontational. We got to make sure that they know we mean business. She also vowed to, quote, fight with all the people who stand for justice. We've got to get justice in this country. We cannot allow these killings to continue. She has taken a lot of fallout for those comments. You talk about insightful rhetoric, trying to inflame tensions. Maxine Waters is inciting violence in Minneapolis, just as she's incited it in the past, according to Kevin McCarthy, who was the House Minority Leader. He says, if Speaker Pelosi doesn't act against this dangerous rhetoric, I will bring action this week, telling rioters who've already burned buildings, looted stores, and assaulted journalists to get more confrontational. How irresponsible is that? Every House Democrat should condemn Maxine Waters' call for violence. Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene, the freshman from Georgia, announced a resolution calling for her expulsion from Congress. She sent out a tweet Sunday as a sitting United States Congresswoman, Maxine Waters, threatened a jury demanding a guilty verdict and threatened violence if Chauvin is not found guilty. That is abuse of power. After traveling across state lines to incite riots, her orders recorded on video last night at the Brooklyn Center directly led to more violence and a drive-by shooting of 2 National Guardsmen in Minnesota that morning. So Maxine's out there trying to defend herself, but she stepped in it deep this time. This woman should have been gone a long, long time ago. Hell, it's been, two years ago, where she was telling the people to Trump, get in the face of Trump supporters. Literally, if you see them in a restaurant, get in their face. I mean, she's been inciting nothing but violence for years, keeping this country divided. Incredible. All right, about a minute before we hit news update, top of the hour here, after which we will get back to your calls. Big Ed's on the line. Are you with me? We'll get to Horse Feathers Army, Steve on the line, and room for you at 844-844-3388. I think we had one other, what was it? Okay, yeah, so the jury has the case now, and the nation braces for what may be forthcoming. The racial tensions. Now, you compile the Chauvin verdict coming down here, and then these 2 other police shootings that have been in the headlines over the past week. Yeah, the Chauvin verdict is playing out against the backdrop of the 20-year-old Daunte Wright that was killed at Brooklyn Center, just 11 miles from where George Floyd died. Then you've got the 13-year-old that was shot by police in Chicago. Now, with the Daunte Wright scenario, Officer Potter, who was the officer there, she has been charged with manslaughter. There's not yet been a decision as to whether the officer who shot the 13-year-old in Toledo will face prosecution. Yeah, the police unions have defended his actions, hanging their case on the issue of whether Toledo was armed or not. All right, a lot of tension. But it kind of reminds us all that, the rare occasions when officers do go on trial and are tried, oftentimes they are acquitted. And that's the backdrop here. Got a Tuesday. We roll in around the country. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Jurors have begun deliberations in the Derek Chauvin trial, with the former officer charged with murder in the death of George Floyd. Closing statements wrapped up late Monday afternoon as the prosecution and defense made their final arguments. The jury has been sequestered for their deliberations. Chauvin is charged with second-degree unintentional murder, third-degree murder, and second-degree manslaughter. If convicted of the most serious charge, the second-degree murder, the former police officer faces up to 40 years in prison. Ahead of a verdict in the trial, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz has requested additional law enforcement assistance from other states as he prepares for possible unrest. In a statement, Walz said that he had requested the help from Ohio and Nebraska to support efforts to preserve the First Amendment right of peaceful protests while protecting public safety. Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker has taken the step of activating the Illinois National Guard ahead of possible protests. The governor's office says that Guard members will be positioned in Chicago beginning on Tuesday. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Friends, Mike Lindell is a great supporter of conservative radio, but most of all, he's a man who has invented a great USA product that will help you get a great night's sleep. For over 3 years, I've told you how the MyPillow Premium Pillow has changed my life. I get the best sleep of my life. But more importantly, the pillows don't go flat. You can wash them and dry them as many times as you want. They maintain their shape, and they are made in the USA. Here's the best deal you'll ever get on a MyPillow Premium Pillow. $29.98 for a standard or queen size pillow. King size only $5 more. You're saving $40. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener square, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175. You can save up to 60% on any MyPillow product when you use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and ask for the MyPillow Premium Pillow Special.
Oklahoma City marked the anniversary Monday of one of the worst terrorist attacks in the country's history. Tim Berg reports.
Today marks the 26th anniversary of the Oklahoma City bombing that killed at least 168 people and injured more than 600 others. Attorney General Merrick Garland spoke at a remembrance ceremony at the Oklahoma City National Memorial.
To commemorate the strength of the community that came together in the face of such great loss, and to celebrate the resilience that makes Oklahoma City a model for communities everywhere.
Just after 9 a.m. Central Time, a rental truck filled with explosives detonated outside the Alfred P. Murrah Federal Building in Oklahoma City. Former U.S. Army soldiers Timothy McVeigh and Terry Nichols were convicted of the attack. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
You're listening to USA Radio News.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go. And pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
Over the weekend, for the first time, President Biden referred to conditions at the southern border as a crisis, as illegal crossings continue at a record pace. Congressman Byron Donalds recently visited the border, saying the administration is complicit in the conditions he witnessed because of their failure to enforce immigration laws. The Florida Republican tells Fox News that the cartels have taken advantage of the conditions created after President Biden reversed the border policies of his predecessor.
The Trump administration did actually a very important thing, putting in the Mexico policy into place. That way, a lot of these asylum applications were actually being handled in Mexico. When this president was inaugurated, President Biden, he ripped up not only the Mexico policy, but he ripped up every other enforcement measure put into place by the Trump administration, including stopping building the wall. So right now, you have the cartel laughing at us. They know we're not going to enforce the border. They know that we're essentially just going to be taking kids. And so right now they're pushing all these kids across the border at warp speed. And let's be very clear on this. The cartel knows our laws and they're using it against us. And we are not taking this threat, this crisis seriously. And this administration needs to do so.
And the Coast Guard is calling off the search for the remaining missing sailors from the lift boat that capsized off the coast of Louisiana last week in a severe storm. 19 crew members were aboard the 129-foot vessel Secor Power when it capsized. 6 people were rescued alive and 5 bodies have so far been recovered. For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Hey, right back at it as we work our way into a Tuesday. Hope your week's off to a good start. And we get more on our travelers' weather. As Santa Claus said in his email a few moments ago, very pleasant night on the West Coast. Yeah, while much of the country is in the process of being transported back into winter, the western U.S., they're pretty much exempt from that. You're definitely not dealing with a winter-like chill. Matter of fact, some areas are actually dealing with a surge of summer-like warmth. Over the weekend, we saw record-breaking heat across portions of the Pacific Northwest. Most of the West Coast stayed pretty seasonable. Seattle did set a record, or they tied a record, 80 degrees on Saturday. 21 degrees above normal for that part of the country. That same heat made its way into parts of California Sunday and continues to push further inland, expanding across much of the Southwest with plenty of sunshine, with the jet stream offset just to the north and east of the southwestern USA. Warmer conditions are going to filter across the region. We'll be talking middle to upper 80s, common across interior areas of California, southern Nevada, and portions of Arizona. Portions of the San Joaquin Valley may even flirt with high temperatures near 90 degrees. Later today, the core of that heat will shift slightly further east into the desert Southwest. Highs in the 90s will be common across much of southern Arizona and southeastern California. Portions of New Mexico and Utah will encounter conditions 5 to 10 degrees warmer than what you saw on Monday. Now, after we started the month with an impressive 13 days in a row of high temperatures of 90 or higher, Phoenix enjoyed temperatures right around or just a little below seasonable levels last week. But those temperatures back into the 90s are forecast to return later today. While the Southwest heats up right on into midweek, the Pacific Northwest still unseasonably warm, running 10 to 15 degrees above average for this time of year. All right, so enjoy that while we all get ready for the deep freeze. Our number is 844-844-3388, and welcome back. Are you with me?
I'm with you, Mr. Steve. Where to start? Well, I'll tell you what let's do. Zookeeper. Hell, I thought that was a ghost talking, Steve. My God, Doc called today, told me she died. So, Zookeeper, next time you talk to Doc, you might want to straighten him out on that. But it was sure good to hear from her.
Yeah.
You don't reckon I'm trying to start a fight, do you?
No, you never do that. Mm-hmm.
Dusty Chrome, man, I hadn't heard that name in a long time. Good grief, him and that other gentleman. Congratulations. Good Lord, Dusty Chrome. I know he's done a lot for the trucking community. Man. If you'll notice my video, which you did comment on, Mr. Steve, I didn't have no mask on, did I?
I noticed that. You did not. But you were outdoors, Ed.
I went to... Right, but I was at a little community I live in, Hennessy, Oklahoma. They had a car show that Sunday. Good grief, they had probably 5,000 to 6,000 people out there. Had food trucks, had live band, lots of beer, had lots of people, and there wasn't nobody wearing no mask as I seen.
Yep.
We was out there enjoying life. And, buddy, that felt pretty good to me.
And you had that nice Steve Sommers overnight. You had that Steve Sommers overnight drive hat on. You did.
Yes, sir. I want you to remember that the next time I try to message you, like you was telling Zookeeper. See, Zookeeper Steve does not discriminate. Even though I scratch his back, hell no, ain't no scratching coming back out of him. Am I correct in that assumption, Steve?
Oh, messenger. How many messages you reckon I get on any given day?
Buddy, I know you get a lot. I do know you get a lot. So I'll give you a pass on that, Steve. Steve, I got to tell you, if I'm going to say that black-hearted, black Maxine Waters for last. If I was sitting on that jury, that would be a mistrial. Because as far as I'm concerned, the man's innocent. All he is guilty of doing is doing what he was trained to do. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
You could not convince me to find that man guilty on any count, period. Now, the judge, not only has Maxine Walters handed him a overturned verdict on appeal, well, the judge has too, Steve. He should have sequestered that jury.
Yep.
And he didn't do it. Go back to the $27 million that was all over the news before the trial even got going, that they awarded his family.
Correct.
The judge sat right there today, and he had every opportunity to have declared a mistrial. Maxine Walters, that black-hearted black Maxine Walters, just cheated the black community of anybody that was wanting justice. She cheated you, so my suggestion to them is to go burn her damn house down. If they come back with a guilty verdict, I'm not going to be surprised, because it's Joe Madison, I believe, the Black Eagle they referred to him as, said it was what this was about was and they always use this term, that Chauvin, it was a lynching of a black man. No, it's been a lynching of a cop, and it's been a lynching of a white cop with the news media, your so-called political leaders, your so-called justice system. That's all it's about. They're trying to lynch a white cop out of pure hatred. Now, Maxine Black-Hearted Walters, if everybody's on edge, I go through St. Louis, and let's say they come back with a guilty verdict, because that's a hot spot.
Mm-hmm.
East St. Louis, I guarantee you I will run over anybody that tries to stop my truck. I will flat-ass mow them suckers down with the compliments of that black-hearted black Maxine Walters. I have no respect for her. She's a black KK woman. She's a racist. She stinks, and she needs to be run out of office, Steve. And that's all my hatred for tonight. Thank you.
Pretty adamant about that, aren't we? All right, looking at 15 past the hour. Let's move on. See, maybe I should check my messenger once in a while. I never got in the habit of that. I clicked over while Ed was talking there. First of all, yes, I got a message from Rick. And yes, Rick, I did get my package this past day. Rick sent me. He heard us talking about like baseball cards and whatnot the other night, and he sent me a box of baseball cards. Quite a few cards, as a matter of fact. That's pretty nifty. I haven't had a chance to go through them all yet, but thank you so much. That's really cool. Some of them I did get to go through were, I remember I had some of those old from the Big Red Machine era. Some of the Pete Rose, I don't know who all was in there. Joe Morgan, Johnny Banjo. I saw some of those Big Red Machine Reds cards in there. And I got a message from one of our cousins, Sylvia, and she calls me by my middle name, which most of the family does, Brent. Hope all's well with you and Lisa and the family. I wanted to reach out to you and let you know my company has an opening for a truck driver. Well, knowing that you know so many folks to drive, I thought I'd check and see if you happen to know anyone looking right now. They would be based in Virginia, deliveries to 4 to 5 states on the East Coast, 5-day work week, only out 2 nights. If you do know of anybody that might be interested, feel free to have them contact us. And she gave me the number 540 is the area code 286-3000. And we'd sure love to have you all visit us and we could run around D.C. And she's up in the D.C. area. Now, I'm not sure exactly what her company is, but hey, there's an opportunity based out of Virginia, 4 or 5 states, so kind of a regional position there. You might want to check it out. All right, meanwhile, let's get back to the calls here at 844-844-3388. And good morning, Army. What's happening?
Morning, Steve. Oh, my goodness. What an ugly person. I'm not even talking about her looks or any of that stuff. Just who she is and how she acts, and just the sheer ugliness comes out of her mouth. What an ugly person.
The ugly personality, yes. Yeah, I mean, just sheer hatred.
Yeah, she's just, like I said, it ain't even about her looks. Just an ugly person. Gross. Just gives me chills thinking about it. If you go back on your Facebook, I posted a link to the GoFundMe for Donna. Since Radar passed on, the donations go there. Anybody who doesn't have Facebook, whatever, look up GoFundMe and type in James Boykin, and that ought to pop up.
I did share that on. I shared that on my Facebook here just before the show started. I was scrolling down. I did come across that, so I have shared it, and it kind of goes through the whole story of how things transpired with Radar.
Yeah. I'm not even at the point where I can accept that it happened yet. But there you go.
Yeah.
That's just, I haven't fully digested it. I haven't even watched this Chauvin trial thing. I'm not even interested. I got, so much other stuff going on in my life. Why worry about this? It's just one more ugly thing to the world's doing.
Yeah.
And it's upsetting, period. That's all I got to say about it, man. I guess I'm not as funny as I used to be, or feel as funny as whatever normal, but not much funny going on in my life right at the moment. So anyway, man, that's all I had. Thanks.
All right. Well, thank you much. And yeah, I shared that on my Facebook page. And if you weren't with us last evening, it was James Boykin, Boykin. James Boykin was his real name. He went by Radar. And I had a story where James Boykin likes to tickle truckers' funny bones. And so they've set up the GoFundMe. He had no insurance. His wife, Donna, not in the best of health. I'll share some of what they put on the GoFundMe page. Husband, son, father, adopted dad, stepdad, grandfather, veteran, truck driver, hardworking, loyal, loving, generous, stubborn, and all those things to describe. We lost James. He was 66. Life can be cruel. James was taken to the ER in Atlanta with chest pain and difficulty breathing while he was driving. He was on the road just 5 weeks ago. After a week in the hospital, tests, scans, biopsy, Donald was able to bring him back home to Texas. We received the news on April the 2nd that James had a rare form of cancer called germ cell cancer. His health declined rapidly. And this past Friday, Donna called 911. James was admitted to the critical care unit where he was, they were working to get him stabilized, and their efforts were not successful. The doctor sat down and explained that he's a very sick man. Prognosis was not looking good. Yeah, his kids got in the car, headed to Texas from Oklahoma. They would just miss the chance to see him one last time. Saturday evening, before the hospital had Donna leave, James did say, "I love you." And she told him she loved him too, and she'd see him the next day. About 2:30 a.m. That morning, his kidneys had failed. We lost him. So Donna needs our help. Both Donna and James had recently become unemployed due to their illnesses. And, of course, with the pandemic, things have already been pretty difficult financially. Neither had health insurance, life insurance, prearranged funeral plans, none of that. So, very difficult times, but yeah, so I shared that. The GoFundMe page is there if you'd like to make a contribution, or you can go to GoFundMe.com and type in the name James Boykin. All right, where we leave off there, looking at 22 past the hour. I got a couple lines open at 844-3388. All right, who's next up here? Chevy Guy's on the line. Hello, Chevy Guy.
Yeah, you remember Chuck Schumer standing on the court in front of the Supreme Court, trashing the fact that we had another conservative judge confirmed, and they had a decision, and it even brought out the Chief Justice coming out condemning what he said, and the Republicans had more power back then, and nothing was done. So we'll see now with this thing with Maxine Waters. I think what Ed was trying to say is that Maxine Waters has a black soul, and it just, her bigotry and her hatred is just older she gets, and the more they petted her to say what she's been saying, I think it's just the truth is showing more and more. Ironically, I've seen the Facebook post when somebody was running against her, stood in front of her multi-million-dollar home that's not even in her district, and then he walked through her district, drug infested, just a filthy place, saying, yeah, she lives in the good neighborhood and living high on the hog while her constituents are suffering. So it's same old D.C. It's just same old. Also, the young lady that wasn't sure about the mileage at 100 kilometers, I'm looking at on my speedometer, 65 miles an hour is 110 kilometers per hour. So that's something to go on. And it's good to hear some voices from the past. Just going to sit back and the Chauvin trial. I have my opinion. I know what I do on that jury, but I got news for you. Black Lives Matter has money. They're flush with money. And the Black Lives Matter, do you realize how valuable the names and addresses to the jurors are to Black Lives Matter? And there's somebody in that courthouse to be more than willing to release the names and the address of these people. And yeah, I wouldn't think twice to see them rushing these homes and dragging these people out of their homes.
I mean, there was one guy. I forget the name. There was a guy that actually testified in the trial. I think it was last week, and somehow his address got out there, and his home was splattered with pig's blood, and they left a pig's head on his porch this past morning. Already.
There you go. And it's Maxine Waters, young lady. You just killed some more black folk. I mean, when are we going? I'm sorry, you go conservative. Black folk are living, and Eagles on here. He'll correct me or set me straight if I'm out of line. But with the conservative values, black people live. Comply, don't die. It's as simple like that. George Floyd, and even in the story, he keeps saying this 13-year-old. All right, 13. Did the officer know that that's a 13-year-old boy? It's after the fact that you find out he's 13-year-old. And that one, I guess the one he had a pistol or he threw it away, but I don't know. I couldn't do the job. I mean, it just My son did it. My grandson, my sister did it. She's retired from Dayton, Ohio, police department. And my sister said she never had to pull a gun. But I'm sorry, things are just getting very bad. Things are getting worse. I'm sorry, that officer, how do you know how old that child was? And a 13-year-old can put a bullet in your eye just let's say. I don't care if you're wearing body armor. I hope y'all seen that exchange between Dan Bongino and Geraldo Rivera. And Dan Bongino just put it right to Rivera to the point where Rivera was calling him a name. And it's just how he's bringing race in, just stirring up race and stirring up hatred to cops. And it's just making it the community feel more justified to fight the cops. And I'm sorry, if you fight the cops, you're going to die. And George Floyd was on the ground, handcuffed, still fighting. I can still see him from the officer's video. His hands are cuffed. He's got all these officers on him, and he's still struggling. One of the cops, not Chauvin, one of the cops said, "Sir, quit struggling." So George Floyd controlled that scene right up to the time he passed out. And it's still, and at the same time.
And at the point by the point that he had passed out, obviously you're not moving when you're passed out. Yeah, that's where the whole 9.5 minute scenario comes into play. It's going to be interesting to see what the jury has to say. But yeah, I mentioned that there was an expert witness that testified for the defense in the trial of Chauvin last week. And I guess it was actually his former home in Northern California, where the retired police officer Barry Broad once lived and worked. In his testimony last week, he said that the former police officer was justified in his use of force against George Floyd. Now, apparently he no longer even lives at the residence. He doesn't even live in California now, but it appears the suspects in this vandalism were targeting Mr. Broad for his testimony. He was the first witness to say he believed Chauvin was following proper police practice when he knelt on Floyd's neck. Yeah, there were several other officers, including the chief, along with some local trainers and national use of force experts that testified that Chauvin's actions were not justified. But yeah, saw some of the photographs. The home all splattered with pig's blood, a pig's head left on the porch of that individual's home. All right, we get a news break here, and we get back to your calls just ahead at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Now that the jury has the case in the Derek Chauvin trial, several cities are preparing for possible unrest after a verdict is reached. Minnesota Governor Tim Walz requested additional law enforcement assistance from other states. In a statement, Walz said that he had requested the help from Ohio and Nebraska to support efforts to preserve the First Amendment right of peaceful protests while protecting public safety. Both he and Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey have appealed for calm and said that violence wouldn't be tolerated. White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki said on Monday that the White House has been in touch with Minnesota authorities and that the president is expected to deliver remarks to the country after a verdict is delivered. And the State Department says it will change its travel warnings regarding COVID-19, which will see up to 80% of countries worldwide placed in the do not travel category. The State Department says that the expanded warnings represent a realignment with the CDC's assessments for travel guidelines. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hey travelers, do you want to save money on your next flight? Then pick up the phone and call. That's right, call, because the best prices are not online. They're with SmartFares. See, SmartFares has special deals with the airlines. When they have unsold seats, they use SmartFares to fill them. So you get airline tickets at ridiculously low prices. Our prices are too low to publish online. With the extra money you'll save, you can book another trip or treat yourself to dinner or shopping. So stop searching all of those travel sites to find the lowest price on your next flight. Let one of our SmartFares expert travel agents find ridiculously low prices for you. Call SmartFares today and get the best price on your next flight. Guaranteed. Also, save up to 50% off business and first-class tickets.
800-871-3291. 800-871-3291. Again, that's 800-871-3291.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-632-4506.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Getting a good night's sleep while on that long haul can be quite the challenge. That's why Commercial Vehicle Group has partnered with Serta Mattress to bring you the Bostrom plus Serta mattress for the best night's sleep possible while you're on the road. The Bostrom plus Serta mattress, manufactured with Serta's patented Cool Gel memory foam, acts to dissipate body heat and eliminate pressure points, which reduces the tossing and turning that can be so disruptive to your sleep. The Bostrom Serta mattress comes in two thicknesses, 7 and 10 inches, offering support to drivers of all shapes and sizes. The mattress comes in the standard 80-inch length with 4 widths, 32, 36, 39, and 42 inches. For more information on the mattress or where to buy, call us at 800-459-7328. That's 800-459-7328.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Well, according to some, most people don't really give a flip about the helicopter on Mars. But you know me and my fascination with space, the final frontier, and all that. I stayed up and I tuned in live via NASA.com this past morning when they were getting the telemetry back, waiting to see if the helicopter was actually able to lift off. Plan was for it to just go straight up, hover about 10 feet in the air, then come back down, answering the question of could they generate enough thrust, could the propellers in an atmosphere that is like just 1% of the Earth's atmosphere. It's quite an astronomical feat to be able to generate that thrust. They were kind of describing that, I guess a helicopter here The rotors, the blades spin at like 400 or 500 RPMs, something in that vicinity. This little helicopter on Mars had to be rotating at like 2,300 RPMs to get this thing off the ground. And it was successful. It's another first. Helicopter flies on another planet. Kind of, they were hailing this as a Wright brothers kind of moment. The little 4-pound chopper, Ingenuity, carried a bit of wing fabric from the 1903 Wright Flyer, believe it or not. Of course, that's the one that made history at Kitty Hawk, North Carolina. Yeah, the altimeter data confirming Ingenuity performed its first flight, the first flight of a powered aircraft on another planet. Flight controllers in California burst out in cheers and applause after receiving the data from the Perseverance rover, which was a couple hundred feet away, obviously filming, watching the helicopter. The $85 million helicopter demo was considered a high-risk yet high-reward investment. Each world gets only one first flight, and this was it. The ultimate dream, according to the project manager. So like I said, applause, cheers, laughter erupting in the operations center when success was finally declared. All right. They got the first photographs back, some of the black and white photos that appeared on the screens, showing a shadow as it hovered above the surface of Mars. Then came some of the stunning color images of the helicopter descending back to the surface, taken by the Perseverance. There you go. Pretty nifty thing. NASA had been aiming for a 40-second flight. While details were initially sparse, the craft hit all the targets: spin up, take off, hover, descent, and a successful landing. Again, blades having to spin at 2,500 RPM, 5 times faster than that on the Earth here. Pretty fascinating stuff. I get back to the calls here. What's happening with the heat wave? Hey there.
Good morning, Senor, from Western Montana. How y'all doing today?
Western Montana. You got a little snow on the ground there, do you?
Not at all.
No?
It is absolutely gorgeous out here, and let's see what the temperature says it is. 33 degrees.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's really, really nice up here. So, anyways, well, great. I'm glad they got that helicopter going. And how many pounds did you say it was?
Just a 4-pound thing. 4 pounds.
4?
Yeah. Yep.
So the whole thing was spinning, if I understand it right. Because when unless it had a tail rotor on the back to counteract the thrust of the main rotor, otherwise it would have been the whole contraption would have been spinning the same way as the main rotor was turning.
If you haven't seen it, you got to check out some of the video of that, because it's kind of like these little helicopters you can buy for kids to play in the house. It's got 2 separate rotors that spin opposite directions, kind of thing, and
okay,
pretty
I was a helicopter mechanic.
I don't know what it's made out of. It's got to be really lightweight material, because the blades they said are 4 foot in length, so that's a pretty decent size for the blades, but it's got to be ultra lightweight material.
It's probably a composite. Yep, sure enough. Well, good. I'm glad our taxed money is up and running. Just for maybe they can go ahead and fly that damn thing over to that one rover that we got, and with the downward thrust, they can go ahead and get all the sand off the solar panels, huh?
Dust him off, yeah.
Get that bad boy back. Yeah, sure enough. Well, now what was the name of that pooch you had? You thought it was 4 years old and he wound up being 6. You had photos of.
That's my Turbo.
Turbo. I don't know why Gizmo was stuck in my head. Okay, Turbo. He looks like a good puppy.
You remember Andy Matouche with the Turbo 3000 that passed away several years ago?
Yes.
He had just passed away like several days before we got this puppy. We were trying to think of a name for him, and that's where he got the name Turbo.
Yep. Well, good thing you didn't continue with that name with 2003 or Turbo 3000
Yeah, right.
or whatever the hell it was. So these cases coming up, the judgment of Chauvin and the other two that are coming up. I've said it last night. It don't matter what the verdict is going to be, and it's just an excuse for some people to go out and protest or riot, like I said, and it's not going to be productive. It's just going to put a darker mark on society. And then, of course, with Maxine Waters, one who could stop bird crap in midair just by looking at it, she's not stupid. She may be losing her mind as old as she is, but I mean, she's not stupid. She knew better than to do what she did. But it's just that she hates anyone that is a threat to her and her party's hold onto power. And, her, Sheila Jackson, Hank Johnson or Hank Jones, whatever that idiot is in Georgia that thought the island of Guam was going to flip over. You look and see who the most verbal people are, and it's generally the Black Caucus. And, didn't someone say the other day that more white people have been killed so far this year? The number is almost double of that of the blacks that were killed this year. I believe,
I'm sure that would be the case.
The white people.
Just broke down on the population numbers, that would stand to reason. But yeah, that's. I could pull up the numbers. That's absolutely the case, though.
Yeah, I mean, we as the white population, we got some stubborn rednecks out there that are going to just fight no matter what, and you can't say it's just a race. One race is more apt to fight than the other. I mean, we all got idiots in our races, and it just so happens, being that it's a minority, it's going to get coverage. And since it was a white man behind, trying to keep this idiot from acting the fool like he was doing according to the police cams, they're going to say, well, he killed him. Well, good Lord, didn't they say that man had enough fentanyl in his system to kill 3 people already?
It did, yes. And that all came out in the trial.
He was already on the downward slope to begin with, even before they put him in the cruiser. He said, I can't breathe. They get him in there, and he's crying and acting a damn fool. Then they bring him back out, and he's struggling again, just, what I would call a passive resistance, where he just kind of flailing his arms, moving around in a motion that, says he wasn't under control. He was being controlled by something, but he damn sure wasn't being controlled, the way I think he should have been controlled, but that's just me. So, BLM, the Black Caucus in the Congress, congratulations, you got what you wanted. And truthfully, I believe all of this really started with the Obamas pulling the crap that they did during the time he was in office. And this is just a continuation. Hey, did you see where...
And Heat Wave, I think you ran out of cell.
In a Trump 2024 sign?
All right, now, so you broke up there for a minute. Did you see what?
Oh. Uh-oh. Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yeah, we got you.
Okay. Yeah, Kamala Harris, she was meeting a Canadian.
No, we don't have him now. No, I didn't. Hey, you ask about the numbers, so it's pretty easy to pull up the stats. All right, and the people shot to death by police in the U.S. This says the trend seems to be increasing. A total of 213 civilians have been shot, 30 of whom were black, in the first 3 months of 2021. In 2020, the year as a whole, there were 1,021 fatal police shootings. In 2019, there were 999. Now, they break it down, again, based on total population. And apparently the black Americans, it comes in at 35 fatal shootings per million of the population as of March of 2021. So that's, the way they break it down. So even though many, many more others, whites or other races, have been shot and fatally, I guess, based on the number population, at 35 fatal shootings per million of the population. Now, that's 30 blacks killed in the first 3 months of 2021 out of a total of 213 that have been shot. Okay, so there's the math. It's about 10 before the hour. Let's get back at it here. It's 844-844-3388. Who's next up? Looks like Dan's on the line. Good morning, Dan.
Hey, good morning, Steve. Yeah, I was going to tell Big Eddie, did he say he was going through St. Louis or East St. Louis or something like that?
I think he did.
Yeah, well, that's Maxine Waters' hometown. That's where she's from, St. Louis.
Uh-huh.
he better be careful there. But no, Steve, on that trial, I think the one thing that the things I would not vote to convict that officer.
Really?
And it's because, yes, I would not. Why did the prosecutor, the prosecution's witnesses, medical witnesses, did not do the autopsy on George Floyd? The defense, the pathologist that did the autopsy on George Floyd testified for the defense. So those other pathologists could just testify about what was done. And as a matter of fact, there was a second autopsy done at the request and the permission of the family, by the family supplied somebody, and that's that Dr. Michael Bowden. And he confirmed that he did not die of asphyxiation or strangulation, the way that the Hennepin County pathologist did. So it kind of made me think, well, why would the prosecution, they just went shopping for people and they kept putting multiple witnesses on saying the same thing. Whereas the defense put one witness on, and that was the most important witness on either side. They couldn't get it on the prosecution side. They didn't like the autopsy report. The pathologist certainly couldn't change it because he'd already issued it. And so I feel as though, that would confirm it for me that the actions of Officer Chauvin did not, or Derek Chauvin, ex-Officer Chauvin, that those actions did not do that. There wasn't any bruises or contusions at all in that neck area. So, and then the other factor was that the defense attorney was able to get out of the prosecution medical witnesses, that people, they have they have pronounced people dead with half the amount of fentanyl that George Floyd had in him. And there was fentanyl found in the back of the police car, which that was an SUV that had Floyd's fingerprints on it. So the two original officers suspected that he had taken this drugs to keep from going down for drug possession.
Right.
He swallowed everything.
Mm-hmm.
And there was a woman who was with him in the car. They originally couldn't get him to wake up in the car. They couldn't get him to wake up. And there's a woman, his druggie that he did his drugs with. She couldn't. She don't know why they put her on, but she really couldn't confirm much because she's a fentanyl user herself. And then I guess it's the drug dealer. He claimed the fifth. He wouldn't testify. So, and he wasn't charged with anything, but he's probably the one. I mean, if he was claiming the fifth, whether he's not being charged with killing him. So what would he say? Did you supply the drugs to him? He's not going to incriminate himself, which I'm not going to go the stretch to say he definitely did, but I'd say it looks pretty close to that. But I just don't see them. I don't see them being able. If I'm on a jury, I'm going to listen to that and think of a term, dog and pony show, which is what the prosecution did by having multiple witnesses to basically say the same thing. They were confirming the testimony of each other, and nothing was different about it. And as far as the police officers who got on there and said that was excessive use of force, it's the wrong thing. Well, I believe they're all Minneapolis police officers, correct? Except that one I think was from out of the area. But the rest of them were Minneapolis police officers. Well, especially that chief. Was he the chief when this incident happened, or is he the new chief?
That I'm not sure. I'm thinking he's the new chief.
Well, if it was the other chief, or even those supervising, those lieutenants and sergeants, they didn't voice this when the police report came in. Matter of fact, Chauvin was off with pay. I don't even know if he was off. So they didn't bring this up as excessive force then. And I would really tend to, that'd be like you testifying against, you're testifying against the people who you work for. And you still plan to work there. So I would not vote to convict this man. And now the other thing is, and maybe you could answer this or look it up, the judge ruled he denied the motion for a mistrial based on what Waters' statements and appearances and the fact that the jury was not sequestered until after the trial. And this was made over the weekend. Can that be appealed? Can that decision from the judge be appealed during the deliberations?
My understanding is when Chauvin's attorney asked for it to be dismissed, the judge kind of said that they might have something there, and he asked, what is the state's stance on this? And the response was, well, we need to have actual, it has to be presented in a different way. We need the actual wording of what was said, when it was said, and all. So it sounds like that'll probably happen, if you had to ask me.
So that is appealable even now, because, I've talked to two attorneys in my family. Both of them were leaning towards a conviction. Not that they would vote for a conviction, but they thought it was heading that direction. One of them is definitely said, I would not vote to convict that man after those final closing arguments. And the other person, she said, I'm kind of leaning in the way. I don't know if I'd want to convict the person or not. So when I hear that, and as I said before, now the other case that just happened last week, strange enough, I think she's going to have a harder time defending herself. I really do, with that Dante Wright, because that was, to me, it was accidental death. But in Minnesota, they're liable to go. You know what I'm saying? They're going to want to upgrade the charges and everything else. So I wasn't really sure how that works, but I didn't know if they could appeal that. I'm going to ask them tomorrow. I'll send them an email and ask them if that can be appealed. They're not in Minnesota. One's in Illinois, the other's in Missouri.
Okay.
So, but ask them if if they could appeal something during this, because when that judge said that, I think the judge, had that been presented differently, I think that judge may have declared a mistrial, and he still might do so. Which, at that particular case, Derek Chauvin owes Maxine Waters a huge thank you.
Oh, boy. Wouldn't that be
you know
something?
What I'm saying?
Right. Yeah, I mean, what's his name? Alan Dershowitz, the lawyer. Everybody's talking about what Maxine Waters said. And you've heard the old saying, putting your thumb on the scales. He said, Maxine Waters did not put a thumb on the scale. She put her elbow on the scales of justice. Nothing could be more violative of the United States Constitution. She hasn't only been calling for violence, but she's actually been threatening and intimidating the jurors by what she's saying to the jurors. This is a direct attempt to influence the jury, he said. Waters is saying, essentially, if you don't do what we want you to do, if you don't find Chauvin guilty of murder, if you don't do what we want you to do and convict him, we may burn down your business. We may attack your schools. We may attack your streets. This was a direct attempt to influence the jury. It's kind of the exact same thing that would happen in the Deep South. Back in the day when the Klan would stand outside of the courtrooms and intimidate jurors. Unless you convict this individual or that individual, we're going to do violence. That's pretty much exactly what she did. So, as Dan said, I think the judge, realizing that the jury was not sequestered, has not been. They're sequestered now that the case has been presented to them for the deliberation. But over the weekend, they were not sequestered. And do you think it's in any way possible that they heard nothing about Maxine Waters had said? I'd say unless they didn't turn on the television, didn't turn on the computer, didn't get on their smartphone, it's almost impossible in this modern day and age that they were unawares of what had transpired there. But with that, we got to get a news update here. Get all the latest. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Now that the jury has the case in the Derek Chauvin trial, several cities are preparing for possible unrest after a verdict is reached. Minnesota Governor Tim Walz requested additional law enforcement assistance from other states. In a statement, Walz said that he had requested the help from Ohio and Nebraska to support efforts to preserve the First Amendment right of peaceful protests while protecting public safety. Both he and Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey have appealed for calm and said that violence wouldn't be tolerated. White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki said on Monday that the White House has been in touch with Minnesota authorities and that the president is expected to deliver remarks to the country after a verdict is delivered. And the State Department says it will change its travel warnings regarding COVID-19, which will see up to 80% of countries worldwide placed in the do not travel category. The State Department says that the expanded warnings represent a realignment with the CDC's assessments for travel guidelines. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Awesome and amazing day, friends. John and Chelsea Jubilee here. By now, surely you've heard us on Wayne, and you're wondering, what is this amazing protocol that reverses my medical ailments, helps me gain lean muscle, helps me drop my body fat, and gain hydration?
Well, let me tell you what it is. It's a scientific sequencing of 6 things that you're going to do for 88 days and 2 weeks. And in this scientific sequence, your cells are going to open up and become porous like a sponge instead of like a glass hard marble. Inside is going to come your intercellular hydration, and the eviction notice is coming to all the toxins and inflammation of your body. That's why you reverse. It's so simple. You have Chelsea and I every week as live coaches on a live Zoom call. All you have to do is call us today at 888-444-8895 or log on to energizehealth.com.
President Biden held his second meeting with a bipartisan group of lawmakers Monday, trying to sell his $2.25 trillion infrastructure plan. During that meeting, the president said that he's prepared to compromise on that bill. Republicans have said that they could support a plan that focuses on core infrastructure at about a third of the cost of the president's proposal. But Senator John Hickenlooper says that point of view is too narrow. The Colorado Democrat tells MSNBC that a broader definition of infrastructure is needed to address all of the country's issues.
I personally have always said that it's not just physical, it's the organizational elements that allow us to have a growing economy and hopefully one that is more equitable. And that's a big part of what this country needs right now is we spent several generations building up our infrastructure, and now it's deteriorated so that we are no longer the leader in the world. We've got to rebuild it, but we don't have 3 generations to do it. We've got to do it now.
This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
In his first sit-down interview since leaving the White House, former President Donald Trump responded to questions about whether he'll run for president again in 2024.
The odds, what are the odds? Look,
the odds.
I got tremendous numbers. Nobody's ever gotten the numbers I got. No sitting presidents come even close. There's more popularity now than there was the day before the election because they see how bad things are at the border. They see what's going on. They see that their guns are going to be gone, their Second Amendment, their taxes are going up, regulations are going through the roof, jobs are going to go out. What do you see? This is going to take a little while to show. But if they add all these regulations back, the jobs are going to be gone. Your energy independence is going to be gone. So I say this, I am looking at it very seriously, beyond seriously. From a legal standpoint, I don't want to really talk about it yet.
That audio courtesy of Fox News. And wildlife authorities in South Africa say that a herd of elephants have trampled a suspected poacher to death. South Africa National Parks said Monday that a group of 3 suspected poachers were being pursued by rangers in Kruger National Park in northeastern South Africa when they encountered a breeding pack of elephants. Rangers say that one of the suspected poachers was badly trampled and later succumbed to his injuries. Another was arrested, while the third managed to escape. For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hotshot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hotshot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Okay, jump right back into it here on a Tuesday morning. What do we see? We got an email from our old pal Vic this past day. And if you weren't with us for the Monday morning show, you can go back and, of course, listen to the podcast at any time. All kinds of locations to find that. Just go to overnightdriveradio.com. You'll find all the links there. Well, we had Joel Morrow on, as we do each Monday morning, talking about some of the latest technology in the industry. And let me see. Vic said, listening to Joel Monday morning reminded me of all the battles the trucking industry went through with the Environmental Protection Agency. If you'll recall, this started with fuels. First of all, we had to develop boutique fuels to comply with the EPA mandates. The fuel company said, they could improve no more until the engine design changed. So the EPA then switched to engines. Over the years, since the Arab oil embargo, every auto, truck, agriculture, and home show I saw was obsessed with fuel efficiency. So I'm not sure how much the EPA helped overhaul, but with all the new legislation regarding climate change now, the point of diminishing returns has definitely been moved because of the fines that can be imposed. But from Cummins' variable turbo to Caterpillar's twin turbo to Navistar's exhaust recycling engines, many experimental engines were sold to the public way before their time. Seems to me the super truck program he was talking about is kind of fighting a public relations battle more than anything else, because many of the pre-EPA engines were achieving fuel mileage at or above today's goals. Emissions were probably another story. Some other factors came into play, notably Freightliner's truck recycling program and driver training programs. Trucking companies got big discounts if they agreed to turn the trucks in at 550,000 miles. But I think 70% of the parts had to meet certain specs. This led to a lot of parts swapping among trucks that had multiple drivers, meaning a lot of mismatched parts due to wear points. Now it seems the government's trying a voluntary approach, which is certainly a better option. One example is the Cummins N14 Plus variable torque control. I don't know anything about it except I had one for a short while back in 2000. The truck was governed at 68 miles an hour. It got close to 9 miles per gallon, pulling 80,000-pound loads from Indianapolis to Fitzgerald, Georgia. Then one day it disappeared, and there was a tremendous difference. I also drove a 377 Pete with a C10 Cat engine with the Eaton Super 10 that could get almost 10 miles per gallon until the company shop tuned it, as they say. Yeah, Cummins at one time would not warranty their engines if a company turned them down too much. I went through all that as the maligned Mercedes engine. The shop absolutely refused to follow Mercedes guidelines on the fuel filter changes, resulting in power and fuel mileage loss. The sediment trap below the fuel filters had to be cleaned out and the system repressurized after fuel filter change, or the two-stage fuel injection system would reduce fuel to the engine to lower torque, to prevent damage to the drivetrain and the engine. Everyone in trucking during that time period has at least one story to tell about what a disaster that was. Even with much needed governmental change in attitude, it's probably going to take a generation to change the customers' attitudes. Thank you very much, Vic. Appreciate your insight as always. In other industry headlines, it came up earlier. On strike. Nearly 3,000 workers at Volvo's truck plant in Dublin, Virginia have gone on strike. A 5-year agreement between the United Auto Workers and Volvo expired back in mid-March. The UAW made the decision to strike after the expiration of the 30-day extension. Workers had voted 96.8% in favor of authorizing a strike. The UAW said they're seeking improvements to wages, job security, and benefits. We're surprised and disappointed that the UAW decided to strike. Progress was being made. We had offered substantial increases in employee compensation. We don't understand why the UAW won't allow our employees to continue building trucks while the negotiations continue. We're committed to the collective bargaining process. We look forward to getting back to the table. We're confident we'll be able to arrive at an agreement that would provide a competitive wage and benefit package for our employees and their families. All right, that was the statement from plant management there. Volvo's New River Valley location employs more than 3,000 people, about 2,900 of whom are UAW members. It's a 1.6 million square foot plant, the largest manufacturer of Volvo tractor-trailer trucks in the world, as a matter of fact. Wow. The UAW is disappointed that Volvo Truck has failed to present a substantial offer by the March 16 contract deadline, despite a contract extension, according to the UAW Secretary-Treasurer. Every day, our members leave their homes proud of the work they do at Volvo, making some of the finest trucks in the world. Looks like the UAW proposed the next bargaining date to be next Monday, April the 26th. The plant, they say, has added 1,100 jobs since the current union agreement was implemented. Back in 2016, they plan to add 600 positions here in 2021, according to this statement. There you go, some of our industry headlines here as we get back to your calls. Hey, good morning, Brain Dead.
Well, good morning, Steve. Did you have a good weekend?
Indeed I did, yes. How about you?
Just getting used to this new bid, just having to come in at 9 o'clock at night, run to Little Rock, work the docks, and then go back to Memphis. And, there's going to be a different change than having to terrorize the city. Drive around the city of Memphis and pick it up and deliver freight. So a little change about it. Speaking of Memphis, and we'll give drivers a heads up for about the next week or so. If you're going to take 55 north, like if you're coming out of Jackson, Mississippi, go through Memphis, take 240 north to 40 west. They're going to have that down to one lane as soon as you come off the I-55 or the old bridge all the way up to dang near the truck stop. So I went through there tonight. And that bridge is narrow and scary enough as it is without construction. Imagine what you're going to do. Imagine what's going to be like when you have the construction on there and the traffic. So traffic's going to back up. So just be forewarned.
Okay. Yeah, good times.
Oh, yeah. It's that season where all them orange barrels start multiplying, right?
Yes, it is. Springtime.
Well, judging by your forecast, you're scaring me talking about that what was it, that nasty cold weather coming in, tomorrow night and then Wednesday morning?
Yep. Are you ready?
No.
Well,
I'm ready for spring because I know all the farmers by the house, they're already putting seed into the ground. So I know they ain't got nothing coming up just yet. So they'll be all right. But Tell you, I wish this damn weather make up this daggone mind. I broke out the shorts and get used to the shorts. Now I got to do is put pants back on. Jiminy crickets. Thank you, Mother Nature, for being bipolar.
Yep, exactly.
But now, what was this show? But now, what was the show talking about? Baseball cards? I probably didn't catch that podcast.
Oh, I was talking to Scott Demon. He's the other guy that calls, and you remember he's the one that he buys like the boxes or whatever, and he pulled out one of them high dollar cards here a couple of years ago. I was just asking him. I had like an ad that came across on Facebook, like $55 for a box. I think it was 100 cards, and there's guaranteed to be one of these and one of those, and like one signed card. And I was asking him if that's a decent price. I don't know. It's $55 for 100 cards. So I think they were the year 2018, and they're sealed in the pack or whatever. So I don't know what you could pull out of them. And he said it's kind of like gambling or buying scratch-off tickets. Every once in a while, you might hit a good one. And I guess based on that conversation, one of our listening friends, Rick, actually, he sent me a box, a bunch of old cards. I haven't got to go through them all yet, but I know it's got a.
Well, the ones you're talking about where they have the packs and they're talking about a guaranteed hit or an autograph or a relic, those are what we call hot packs, and generally they've been searched.
Really?
And been resealed. They're not worth the money.
Huh.
It's like the major, and Demon will tell you this. Walmart and Target in some cities have already pulled all of the cards off the shelf and put them behind the counter, because a lot of the guys will take them and somehow reseal them. They will open them up, find the good stuff, reseal them with junk stuff, and take them back to Walmart, return them. And that's a third-party vendor that does it. And the third-party vendor should grow a set of testicular fortitude and tell Walmart, hey, no more returns on these. We're not going to take any of them back. Because you can go on YouTube and find videos of these people that get these retail boxes or blaster boxes or hanger packs or whatever, and they open them up, and you can see where they've been resealed, open them up, and there's like junk wax from the 90s football cards and baseball cards.
Really?
And yes, it is insane. Even, you know me, I've got a shop in West Memphis, Arkansas, and I've been in business 20 plus years, and I've never done anything like that. I've never searched my packs, never allowed anybody to search my packs. Never have done that. And it really gives the industry a black eye when that does happen. But I'm glad that that some of the Walmarts are doing that. And also, too, are the flippers. They're the ones that will literally sit in at Walmart, watch when that vendor comes through and restocks the shelf and literally wipes all the shelves off. Some of them nowadays have even said, sorry, 2 per customer, that's it. Because they'll buy these boxes at $20 a box, stick them on eBay for $100, $150 all day long and sell them. I got a friend of mine that's got a shop in Denver, Colorado, and he's told people that come in, hey, I'm not paying no more than this for them because I know exactly what you paid for them, and I can go right down to Walmart and go buy them for the same price. This is what I pay, take it or leave it.
How about that?
Yeah, since the pandemic, the prices have gone insane. Even for the 90s junk wax stuff that I couldn't give away for $10 a box, now going for $45 to $50 a box. The other night I went to, actually, another reason why I called you, the other night I went up to an antique auction. I picked up an 81 Topps uncut sheet football card with a Montana rookie on it. And as soon as I can get a holder to put it in, I'm going to put it up for sale because I know what I can get out of it. But it reminds me, Steve, don't ever tell your wife what you buy at an auction and hang in your office and tell her to go into your office and search for something. because I dang near got killed today.
Oh, really?
When I went to this antique auction, they had a 12-point deer head, mounted deer head.
Yeah.
And I've already got one in my office that's a 6-pointer that came out of a house fire. And the antlers are not the cream color. They're actually charred. They're actually black. So I named him Smokey. Well, I got this big one over here. It's 12-pointer. I named him Bandit. Smokey and the Bandit.
Yeah.
She came in there, turned the corner. It was still halfway dark in there. Seen that thing and turned the light on, about screamed half to death because I'm on the phone with her.
Oh, man. She wasn't prepared for that.
So, no. I said, oh, yeah, babe, I forgot to tell you, Meat Bandit, my new addition to the shop. So these two could have a conversation without us knowing about it. So, but yeah, back to the baseball card topic. I didn't mean that was a squirrel moment, but yeah, the pandemic has really helped things out because it's gotten a lot of the fathers and sons closer together, and it really has driven up the prices. And I've seen stuff that was normally my cost to the dealers from the distributors that last year was, say, $12,000 a case is now $20,000 plus for the same product.
Wow.
And where's the ceiling at? And I brought this topic up on one of the Facebook groups for the sports cards owners. I said, when does this market go bust? It went bust in 2008 when we had the downturn in the economy. So when does this market going to go bust again? Topps puts out 35 lines a year just for baseball alone, ranging in prices from $2 a pack all the way to $30,000 a box. The market can't absorb it. So where does the market go bust? And I told an executive at Topps at an industry expo like 3 years ago, you're creating another junk wax. And it's time y'all cease and slow down on this crap. Because if you look at the secondary value with some of this autographs and relic stuff now versus like, say, 2000, 2001, et cetera, you'll see that the values are way different and you're putting more out. And he told me to go F off. I didn't know what I was talking about.
Wow.
Yeah, and don't get me wrong. I see some of this stuff when I drool because it's good looking product. Don't get me wrong. But it's just that they have the exclusive contract for Major League Baseball. Then you got Panini that does football, basketball, and Upper Deck that does hockey. It's a whole crazy world out here. But I'm all for helping new people out in this hobby every day. I helped a young kid out the other weekend, Steve. But by the way, you haven't. I know you hadn't talked to Lobster, but you want to hear what that pot liquor did to me?
He stiffed you on another meal?
No, buddy. Let me tell you. Now he talked to one of our illustrious friends about a week or two ago, and said that I owe him $40. So he called me up. He said, "I'm sending you a special gift in the mail. I'm UPSing you because you know he goes the union way, only union. I'm UPSing you a goodie box." So I get this goodie box and open it up. Inside there's two smaller boxes. Okay, now picture this in your mind. Two smaller boxes. So I get the first one up. I open it up, look at it. These are some green donuts. He said, these are St. Patrick's Day specials. I get the box of donuts out and look at it. These are from St. Patrick's Day, 1956, dude. 1956, and they're great. But now I told you that to tell you this. I got the other box open, right? Looked at it. There's a bunch of half-eaten, stale donuts in there. What are we going to do with this cheapskate, Steve?
He sent you his leftovers, huh?
Yeah, that biscuit biting pot liquor. You know he works for a bakery company, so you know he's eating all the product and eating the profits of. So I think that's what he sent me all the half-eaten donuts. So he ate all the profits and gave me all the product and the stuff that costs money. when is this crap going to end with that pot liquor, Steve?
When's he ever going to call the show? He is yet to actually check in with us in our new venue here. All right, let me see. I've got a couple minutes before we hit bottom of the hour news break. Dan, you were asking earlier about can they appeal? I knew I had seen earlier, and I found the actual statements, how this unfolded in the court this past day. So you had Chauvin's lawyer, the defense, who didn't actually use Maxine Waters' name before the judge. That's, I guess, Nelson is his name. But the judge was clear on what he was talking about. The reference to what Maxine Waters had said over the weekend, to which the judge says, quote, "Well, I'll give you that Congresswoman Waters may have given you something on appeal that may result in this whole trial being overturned. But what is the state's position?" he asked. So that's where the prosecutor there says, vague statements made out of court were not properly part of the record on appeal. And if Nelson wanted to make this argument, then there needs to be some sort of a formal offer of proof with the exact quotes in the exact statement or some kind of declaration. Let's see. Frank added that the jury had been instructed through the jury selection process and the trial to avoid outside influence, and the law presumed that they were able to follow these instructions, barring specific evidence to the contrary. So Nelson responded to that by saying he was making his objection to preserve the issue for appeal, that he will be supplementing the record with the specific media report. So I think that may be forthcoming today. The judge agreed that Nelson would be allowed to supplement the record, but he added that he was aware of the media reports and that Congresswoman Waters was talking specifically about this trial and about the unacceptability of anything less than a murder conviction, and talking about being confrontational. The judge says, this goes back to what I've been saying from the beginning. Clearly, he's perturbed. I wish elected officials would stop talking about this case, especially in a manner that's disrespectful to the rule of law and to the judicial branch and their function. I think they want to give their opinions. They should do so in a respectful and in a manner that's consistent with their oath to the Constitution. Yeah, respect a co-equal branch of government. Their failure to do so, and this is specifically in regards to Maxine Waters, I think it is abhorrent. But I don't think it's prejudiced us with any additional material that would prejudice the jury, he said. Jury had been told not to watch the news. Judge says, I trust that they were following those instructions. And I don't feel one congresswoman's opinion was enough to taint the entire process. So anyway, the motion for a mistrial is denied. That was the exact line of discussion. All right, with that, we get a news break and get back to your calls ahead. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
All adults in the United States are now eligible to receive a COVID vaccination. That coming after the U.S. passed a milestone over the weekend, with more than half of all adults in the country having received at least one dose. As some health officials believe that new cases will begin to fall as early as next month, Dr. Carlos Del Real cautions that an even more aggressive vaccination effort is now needed. The professor of medicine at Emory University tells CNBC that outreach is now needed in communities that have been thus far resistant to vaccination.
I think it could start to happen, but we need to continue vaccinating very aggressively. And I worry that we're rapidly transitioning our country from a supply issue, a scarcity issue with vaccines to a demand issue. There are many places that are simply not having enough demand. And we have to get the vaccine to the people that are currently very reluctant. And I will tell you, the most reluctant communities are rural communities, primarily white evangelicals, and we really need to get out to those communities to vaccinate them.
This is USA Radio News.
In today's day and age, it's refreshing to find a company with values that match yours. And it's even more extraordinary when the products they make exceed your expectation in every way. That's what Michael's Naturopathic Programs has done for over 30 years. With more than 50 tried and truthful high-potency formulas, Michael's Naturopathic Programs give your body what it needs. No more guessing what herbs or vitamin, amino acid, or mineral you need. With Michael's, it's all in one bottle. From cardiovascular support to weight management to nervous system support to detox and cleansing and more. Michael's Naturopathic Programs work. They have to. Michael himself has been giving them to his family from the very start. Visit michaelshealth.com and get your tried and truthful formulation today. That's MICHAELS health.com. MICHAELS health.com.
Get a special discount when you input the code Pastor Greg. That's Pastor Greg for your special discount.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-632-4506.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Getting a good night's sleep while on that long haul can be quite the challenge. That's why Commercial Vehicle Group is partnered with Serta Mattress to bring you the Bostrom plus Serta Mattress for the best night's sleep possible while you're on the road. The Bostrom plus Serta Mattress, manufactured with Serta's patented Cool Gel Memory Foam, acts to dissipate body heat and eliminate pressure points, which reduces the tossing and turning that can be so disruptive to your sleep. The Bostrom Serta mattress comes in two thicknesses, 7 and 10 inches, offering support to drivers of all shapes and sizes. The mattress comes in the standard 80-inch length with 4 widths, 32, 36, 39, and 42 inches. For more information on the mattress or where to buy, call us at 800-459-7328. That's 800-459-7328.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All right, back into it here. Where'd we leave off there? In the state of Arizona, one of those disputed states in the 2020 election, you'll recall. Too little, too late. I don't know what it's going to garner, if anything, but the Arizona Senate will start a major audit of the 2020 presidential election next week. Results should be ready by mid-May, according to the report this past day. Arizona Senate President Karen Fann tells the news outlets that the Maricopa County's Board of Supervisors have been hindering the process, and that members of the state's Republican Party have actually been facing sabotage by the group, that being the Board of Supervisors. Her quote was, "The Maricopa Board of Supervisors has refused to allow us to perform the audit at their facilities. They've gone so far as to refusing to even answer simple questions such as, how are the ballots sequestered?" Makes you kind of wonder if they're trying to hide something, right? If the elections were all on the up and up, why would you want to hinder any looking into them? That would be my question. That obviously is the question they're asking. She said it's taken the Senate 2.5 months to win in court to uphold our right to issue subpoenas for election materials and another 6 weeks of researching to select the audit team to perform the full forensic audit. The Arizona Senate, which faced a battle in court in order to proceed with the audit in late March, hired 4 separate companies to audit the election. Those 4 different companies specify in different things. One would be like a computer forensic company to go through what are the name of the ballot computers that they use? You know, the one that Mike Lindell's kind of going after. Speaking of Mike Lindell, he actually, he attempted to open his own social media platform this past day. I say attempted because users are not able to set up a profile or interact on the platform because it was hacked or attacked, as he put it. Mike Lindell launched a new social media platform called Frank. Frank was attacked. It's the biggest attack in history next to the election, said Lindell. They've got a 48-hour live stream going. He said that the platform is facing cyber attacks from all over the world. Again, they've got a 48-hour live stream. That's their backup plan. That live stream had 11 to 12 million concurrent viewers at about 11 o'clock yesterday morning. It was about 15 million around noon. It was up to 20 million at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Frank, as the platform is known, also known as Frank Speech, is described to be kind of a mix of YouTube and Twitter, kind of combined. Noting that he has received death threats, Lindell said he has his own servers. So when the website does go operational, it won't be vulnerable to being shut down by those third-party providers. Kind of like what happened to Parler, effectively deplatformed after Amazon Web Services took it down and after Google and Apple removed it from their app stores. During the live stream, Lindell also took aim at some of the fact checkers, saying Facebook decides to do what to do after the fact, and sometimes fact checkers give the right information, but the big tech platforms impose their own views. He was joined by retired Lieutenant General Michael Flynn, the conservative musician Ted Nugent, as well as Steve Bannon this past day on the live stream. He said he's optimistic about amid the cyber attacks. And he said this is going to be the bad part of the movie. But it's also the best part of the movie because, according to Lindell, he believes the best part is about to come. Praising the constitutional principles and emphasizing the importance of divine laws. People want to hear this call for freedom. Yeah, we're having a reformation or a revival, you might call it. American people are starting to wake up. The world's people are beginning to wake up. This is kind of a turning point in history. Yeah, they're not taking out rights and free speech. Now, last month he said that this new platform, this Frank Media or Frank Speech, would be able to host up to 1 billion users. Said, I believe it'll handle upwards of 1 billion. If it doesn't, well, we will get that capacity. I don't think that's exaggerated by any means. But the core of the platform is free speech, based on the original founding principles of the Judeo-Christian worldview, he says. Now, profanities using the Lord's name in vain will not be allowed on the platform. Death threats, pornography, none of that stuff will be allowed on the platform. He also announced yesterday that he's filed a lawsuit, which he said he was going to do, against the Dominion voting systems. He said it's the most important case in history for your First Amendment rights. That was weeks after Dominion sued him for defamation. So lots of developments that'll be going through the courts. But sounds like there's a lot of interest in the Mike Lindell media platform, Frank. All right, we get back at it here. I guess, did we lose the Carolina monkey gouger? We did. He disappeared. Well, that brings us to Horse Feathers. What's going on, Horse Feathers?
No, I hate to take Caitlin's spot.
Yeah, right.
Sorry about that. Anyways, I ended up with a new phone here and been trying to make things work, and it keeps connecting and transferring and disconnecting and reconnecting, and I don't know. New technology, you're better off. I should have stayed with a flip phone. But anyways, hey, have you heard about this woman out there called Maxine Waters yet?
Yeah, no. Who's that?
No, I don't know. Somebody that thinks she's a self-important twit or something out there. Anyways, now, just for the heck of it, where is she from? Where did she get elected at?
Dan said earlier, St. Louis, wasn't it?
But where are her constituents at? I mean, where is she a representative of?
I believe that would be St. Louis, right? It's sure as hell not Minneapolis.
Okay, so what's she doing in Minneapolis?
Stirring up hate and discontent.
Yeah, so did anybody tell her she should just pack up and go home because she's not from there? She doesn't have any business to be there? I don't know. It's just kind of, I think somebody ought to run her out of town on a rail maybe or something like that.
Yeah,
I don't know.
But she supports that narrative. She's on the same page with the protesters. They're welcoming her with open arms. They're loving what she has to say.
No, I'm sure they are. But so what's she doing? She inciting peaceful protesting out there, is she?
Yeah, right. So, we're going to have to get more confrontational. That's peaceful protest, last I checked, right?
Yeah. So, hey, have you noticed on the TV there, they show the pictures of all the buildings boarded up, and then they got fences out there around them?
Yep.
But they're only boarded up on, like, the first story. There's, like, 2 or 3 stories above them, and all those windows are still don't have boards. Now, if you look at the trajectory that you throw rocks and bricks, somebody brings a pallet of bricks out and sets them there on the street. You're going to pick up bricks and throw at a building, and you have to throw the brick over top of the fence. Now, do you think the brick is going to go towards the first story window, or do you think the brick's going to go towards the second story window?
I would predict it'll be going toward the second story window.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking there. I saw that. I'm like, you people put up all these fences. I guess I don't know what the fences are supposed to do because, I don't know. You saw what happened at the Capitol. The people down there were scaling walls like they were Spider-Man or something like that. I'm pretty sure anybody could scale over those little fences, and if they're there to stop, rocks and bricks from being thrown, they're missing the upper story window idea. But anyway. So you sending some good weather in there for me there? get some more propane burning this year?
Yeah, that's going to be forthcoming. You got that for sure.
Yeah. So here's something for you to look into real quick. Can you check out the sunrise and sunset for Wasilla, Alaska? Can you by chance do that real quick?
I can pull that up.
All right, because anyways, I heard something about that, and I think the ice road season's going to start to come to an end there because of that big yellow thing for the amount of time it's out up there. I was kind of surprised how long it was. I forget exactly what the times it was, but it's quite a distance at this time between the time the sun comes up to the time the sun goes down. And I guess at some point they go to the point that the sun never really goes away, right? It just kind of gets kind of dim at the midnight hour.
Yeah, kind of like a dusk kind of thing. Yeah.
Yeah. So, but anyways, there. So I missed a little bit. I heard Monkey Gouger there Caitlin last night talking about the grump. So he survived. He survived the lightning strike there, didn't he?
That is correct. Yes.
Okay. Well, I'm glad to hear that. Does he called in with any what happened, or the account of what went on?
I have not heard directly from him yet. No, he has not.
Okay. I'd like to hear his near-death rendition there. What went on? Sounds like it could have been quite a hair-raising experience. But anyway, so I don't know, not a whole lot going on. I was kind of watching a little bit and seeing a little more on that little itty bitty. What did they say? $85 million helicopter they had that went up 10 feet in the atmosphere on Mars. $85 million, and they said it fits in a Kleenex box.
It's about the size of the base. Yes.
Oh, that's pretty unbelievable. What they said the rotor blades they're like 4 feet in length or something.
Correct.
So that must have been quite. Now, did that go up all in one piece, or did that have to be assembled once it got there? Because I know they said it was on the belly of the rover, so I didn't know if that was all intact and they had to. And it could just be dropped off, or if that actually had to have an arm or something, robotic arm or something, assemble pieces on it, and then make it get into being able to fly that way.
It was kind of bundled up underneath, and it's like a hatch or whatever that it dropped the cover. The rover dropped the cover, and then moved forward, and then dropped the helicopter, and then it backed away a couple hundred feet, left the helicopter there. And yeah, the helicopter really, it's just like you said, about the size of a Kleenex box or whatever. And it's just all for cameras. It's so when they can get it up in the air and just take a view of the planet from above.
Yeah, it sounds pretty interesting, but boy, I tell you, I guess after you look at what these, the COVID relief thing and this infrastructure deal and that, $2 trillion this, $2 trillion that, I guess 85 million for a little helicopter that's the size of a Kleenex box. I guess that's a pretty good deal then, isn't it?
Right. Mm-hmm.
But anyways, so I don't know, as I say, not a whole lot going on. So I guess I was just trying to see if I could make this new phone work here a little bit. I ended up having to make the Bluetooth part of the phone forget the radio, and because I usually with the app and everything, I Bluetooth from the phone to the radio to listen to that. I can't have the radio paired to the phone and make a phone call at the same time because it keeps trying to switch the headset to the radio and the radio back to the headset, and it's just it gets annoying one way or another all the time,
Right.
No.
All right. Well, somebody
hey,
corrected me here. Maxine Waters. I should have known that. She's California. All right. She represents the 43rd congressional district in California, but she's from St. Louis, but she's represented California's 43rd district since 2013. Thank you for the correction.
Yeah, I was thinking she was actually out there from the land of fruits and nuts.
Right,
so.
right.
But yeah, the I don't know. I guess I could. I hope things go the other way for her here pretty quick. Maybe, I bet you I know what's going to happen. I bet you she's going to get censured. You think she's going to get censured?
I think that's what Kevin McCarthy said, that he's going to introduce that here in, probably today, tomorrow, to censure her. But the Democrats have the majority in the House, so they're probably they're not going to do it. It's.
Yeah.
They will have to have a full roll call vote there in the House if he introduces that. But I guess it really just puts everybody on the record, as they say, that even for a representative trying to intimidate a jury, that you're going to go on the record officially in Congress as essentially agreeing with her if you don't go along with censuring her. And censuring it's really just a procedural thing. It kind of goes down as a black mark on the record or whatever, but I don't think she could give one flip about that. She could care less. All right, about 7 before the hour, and it's 844-3388. I'm not seeing a name on the list here. Who we got on the line?
Well, it's Gilligan. I must have been arguing with the call screener, and you didn't understand me. Hey, I don't know whether you touched on this earlier. I missed part of the show earlier. I'll catch it on podcast probably tomorrow evening. Did you touch on Walter Mondale's death?
I have not mentioned that. What was he, 93, I think it was, right?
Yeah, 93. He was Jimmy Carter's vice president, and later on, just known the presidential candidate to lose in the biggest landslide, 49 states to 1 to Reagan in 84. And I thought that was a little interesting. But also, I don't know if you got my text earlier about the truck fire 29 in Virginia on 81. It was closed, but now they got one lane open, so the fire must not have been that bad.
Mm-hmm.
So I talked to one of the drivers from my company that's passing down through there a little while ago. Yeah. Steve, I'm going to touch on this vaccine bit. I'm going to ask you a question. I'm trying to be a little bit more of an intelligent caller tonight, and I hope I can succeed. Isn't the left the one that tells us that it's my body, my choice? Isn't that one of their things they say about abortion?
That is exactly the mantra. Absolutely, 100%.
Yeah. So what's the deal? But now they want to force people to take the vaccine. What happened to my body, my choice?
Yeah. Well, that doesn't apply. That's a different narrative now. You got to remember.
Yeah. Also, I've come to the determination. I've told a few people that asked me whether I took the vaccine. I said, well, I'm taking Joe Biden's advice. Well, actually, your beloved Maxine Waters, Nancy Pelosi, Kamala Harris, all these things telling us back in December that it wasn't safe and it was rushed through. You remember that?
Mm-hmm.
I'm taking their advice. What do you think?
But that's old advice, Gilligan. You got to get on the same page. You got to get with the program here.
So I got to change what I think by what they tell me. Okay. Yeah, I guess I'm just old and hard-headed. Well, I think that's about all I got for tonight, Steve. Thank you for taking my call.
All right, Gilligan, thank you very much. Be safe out there. Yeah, apparently there's more and more cases of people that are fully vaccinated coming down with the COVID. That's headline out of Orlando. They're called breakthrough cases. People who have been fully vaccinated yet still contracting the virus more than 2 weeks after their second shot. They're popping up around the country, including Central Florida. Hannah Ruertz is a 27-year-old physical therapist. And she's been tested for COVID at least once a week ever since this whole pandemic started because she's a healthcare worker. She got her first positive test just a few days ago. She said, I was shocked. I mean, this has got to be a false positive. It can't be right. But multiple tests confirming. She's shocked because she's fully vaccinated. As a healthcare worker, she got her first dose of the Pfizer vaccine back in December. Then her second dose was 3 weeks later in January. More than 2 months after the second shot, she's contracted the COVID. It's just very odd, she says. But she is among a growing number of people. Earlier this month, the Minnesota Department of Health released an advisory stating that along with the CDC, they're investigating COVID infections among people who are appropriately vaccinated. News 6 out of Orlando checked with the Florida Department of Health in Volusia County. They say they've got 6 documented breakthrough cases, while in Sumter County, as well, has 6. Lake County has 26, according to the emails from the county spokesperson. According to a doctor with Advent Health, it's possible for someone fully vaccinated to still contract the virus. However, the vaccine, the idea is to prevent the more severe cases, hospitalization or death. It's still important to get vaccinated. Now, obviously, it's possible because no vaccine is perfect. So obviously, when they say if it's 95% effective or 90% effective, there's 5 to 10% of the population that could be vaccinated and still obviously contract the virus. Some of the vaccines in China, about a week ago, some of the medical community there admitted that, whatever they're administering it's like 50% effective. Hell, half the people that get vaccinated there can still come down with COVID. They've got junk vaccines, apparently. This can happen with any vaccine. Just because you get the flu vaccine doesn't mean you will not contract the flu, but if you do, it's supposed to be a much milder version of the flu. All right, let's see. The girl, the 27-year-old Hendricks said one of her family members actually was hospitalized. It's pretty severe enough to be concerned about the vaccine. All right, what do we got? All right, we'll get our news update and back to your calls as we roll on through the late night, early morning hours. Got a Tuesday coming on. Want to jump in? It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
All adults in the United States are now eligible to receive a COVID vaccination. That coming after the U.S. passed a milestone over the weekend with more than half of all adults in the country having received at least one dose. As some health officials believe that new cases will begin to fall as early as next month, Dr. Carlos Del Real cautions that an even more aggressive vaccination effort is now needed. The professor of medicine at Emory University tells CNBC that outreach is now needed in communities that have been thus far resistant to vaccination.
I think it could start to happen, but we need to continue vaccinating very aggressively. And I worry that we're rapidly transitioning in our country from a supply issue, a scarcity issue with vaccines to a demand issue. There are many places that are simply not having enough demand, and we have to get the vaccine to the people that are currently very reluctant. And I will tell you, the most reluctant communities are rural communities, primarily white evangelicals, and we really need to get out to those communities to vaccinate them.
This is USA Radio News.
Friends, Mike Lindell is a great supporter of conservative radio, but most of all, he's a man who has invented a great USA product that will help you get a great night's sleep. For over 3 years, I've told you how the MyPillow Premium Pillow has changed my life. I get the best sleep of my life. But more importantly, the pillows don't go flat. You can wash them and dry them as many times as you want. They maintain their shape, and they are made in the USA. Here's the best deal you'll ever get on a MyPillow Premium Pillow. $29.98 for a standard or queen size pillow. King size only $5 more. You're saving $40. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener square, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175. You can save up to 60% on any MyPillow product when you use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and ask for the MyPillow Premium Pillow Special.
Florida's governor has signed a new law cracking down on violent protests in his state. Tim Berg reports.
Florida Republican Governor Ron DeSantis is signing an anti-riot bill into law. The governor saying the new law will enhance penalties for those who commit crimes during a riot and also stop a theory of local governments defunding law enforcement.
If a local government were to do that, that would be catastrophic and have terrible consequences for their citizens. And so this bill actually prevents against local governments defunding law enforcement. We'll be able to stop it at the state level.
From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
And the Coast Guard is calling off the search for the missing sailors from the lift boat that capsized off the coast of Louisiana last week in a severe storm. 19 crew members were aboard the 129-foot vessel Seacor Power when it capsized. 6 people were rescued alive, and 5 bodies have so far been recovered. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Wyatt Cox. Each and every day, the USA Radio Network produces 3 hours of the greatest radio programs of all time. Comedies, drama, suspense, it's all there. Classic radio theater. Now, if your radio station doesn't carry the program, you can find them anywhere podcasts are served, including iHeartRadio, Spotify, Spreaker. Just search for USA Classic Radio Theater. Find it. USA Classic Radio Theater. You'll love it.
House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy said he would introduce a resolution to censure California Representative Maxine Waters for comments she made over the weekend at a protest in Brooklyn Center, Minnesota. Waters told demonstrators at a protest over the death of Daunte Wright that they should stay on the street and get more confrontational. McCarthy said Waters broke the law by violating curfew and then incited violence with her remarks. Congressman Burgess Owens says that Waters' comments are another reminder that words do matter. The Utah Republican tells Newsmax TV that he wants to see those who incite violence with rhetoric held accountable.
The worst thing we can do is tell our young people not to comply, to be angry, to think the first thing that's going to happen is they're going to be shot. That's a message that is very effective for the left, and it's being shown, by the way. I'm sure we're going to talk about Maxine Waters, but we have race baiters coming from different districts in the country, breaking curfew, and then telling people, oh, by the way, and having a bunch of police around protection, and then telling people to bear down and get ready to riot. These kind of things we have to be very careful about and understand that words matter, and it's time for us to start holding people accountable that incite riots, because at the end of the day, people are going to get hurt, business will be burned, and there's going to be possibly somebody's going to die because of this kind of rhetoric, and we cannot stand for that.
And sportscaster Joe Buck will get a chance to give the answers on Jeopardy later this year. Buck will reportedly take the podium this summer as one of a series of guest hosts for the popular game show. Green Bay Packers quarterback Aaron Rodgers recently ended his run as host, with Anderson Cooper, Bill Whitaker, Mayim Bialik, Savannah Guthrie, and Dr. Sanjay Gupta in line to host as well. For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
So the Supreme Court this past day opting not to take the case. Actually, up to 3 different challenges to a federal ban on gun ownership for people that have been convicted of nonviolent crimes. This kind of reinforcing the apparent inclination by the top court to skirt Second Amendment questions. It also surprised and dismayed some gun advocates who were hoping that the court could maybe whittle away at the lifetime limitation. The decision this past day, or decisions, were handed down without explanation. Said the last time the nation's highest court issued major gun rights rulings was back in 2008 and 2010 when they struck down handgun restrictions in the District of Columbia and Chicago. All right, USA Today said 4 justices are needed to take up a case, but 5 are needed for any majority opinion. There have been, as of late, only minority dissenting opinions indicating eagerness to address Second Amendment issues. Of course, right now, with the spat of shootings around the country, Colorado, Georgia, Indiana. All right, these 3 particular cases involved varied circumstances. In one case, a Pennsylvania man who pleaded guilty to a DUI in 2005 challenged the ban on purchasing or owning a gun. In another, a Pennsylvania woman who pleaded guilty to making a false statement on her tax returns had sued over the ban. Third case involved a man who pleaded guilty in a cassette tape counterfeiting matter back in the 1980s. That was yet another challenge to the firearms ban. So the court's kind of punting on these cases this time around does not mean they won't necessarily take it up other cases in the future, but again, no explanation for why they didn't want to take the case. All right, let's get back to your calls here at 844-844-3388. And, good morning, Steve.
Hey, good morning there, Steve. How are you doing?
Doing well. How about yourself? How's your week off to a good start?
Yeah, I'll tell you, I haven't been on I-65 towards Indy in a while. It's like a 150-mile stretch of road construction. They've been working on this thing for 20 years.
Wow.
It never stopped. It's just crazy. But, all so-called gun laws that, Congress is talking about and Biden is talking about and all that crap. Steve, Chicago has the toughest gun laws in the United States. I don't know if you knew that or not. You can't buy any kind, because I live in Illinois, so when I bought my guns and bought my magazines and so forth and so on, it says right on there, will not ship to Cook County. It's banned. So you can't buy any of that kind of stuff. You can't buy a tactical shotgun, AK, AR, no magazine over 10 rounds. So, they do have very, very strict laws in Chicago. Well, let me ask you something, Steve. Do you think they work?
The answer is in the evidence that we see every weekend. 30, 40, 50 people shot in Chicago every weekend.
Yep. This weekend, Steve, there was 24 people shot, including a 7-year-old little black girl in a drive-thru at a McDonald's with her parents.
Wow.
7 years old. I mean, I don't care what kind of gun laws you put in place. Criminals are going to be able to buy guns. Just like that kid that shot up the FedEx in Indy. The FBI knew about that kid a year ago. They took his shotgun away. He was put in a mental institution for a little while. He got out. What did he do? He bought some rifles. And where did he get them from? He got them on the street. He didn't go through a background check. He didn't go through an FFL dealer. I mean, so I don't care what they're talking. This debate's been going on for years.
Yeah, I hadn't heard where he. Did he get them off the street? Because, I mean, they did say that he legally purchased them, but they didn't say, like, where. I didn't see where he got them. I was assuming he got them at a gun store or something. So he did not go through a background check. He just got them on the street.
Well, Steve, if he went through a background check through the FBI, who had just talked to him a year earlier, don't you think they would have known that this kid was in a mental hospital and he was interviewed by the FBI? I mean, that just doesn't make any sense to me. If he was able to buy a gun legally. Because first of all, when you're in a mental institution, and, you know, even if it's for a week, I don't think you're allowed to buy a gun because you have mental issues, obviously. Either suicide or what he was talking about, suicide by cop. I mean, that should have been a big red flag, you know? It really should have, because when you're talking suicide by cop, what does that mean? That means that you're going to go shoot up a bunch of people and you want the cops to take you down. That's pretty scary. So that kid should have been watched. He should have been in counseling. I mean, if this really did happen where he was able to purchase a gun legally, then the system is definitely broken. Definitely broken.
Yeah, well, I'm looking at the update because I knew that's what I had seen. Yeah, just this past day, BATF says that the trace revealed that the weapons used were purchased legally. One was bought in July and one was bought in September last year. So even after being talked to by the FBI, even after they took the shotgun and never gave it back, somehow he wasn't in the database or whatever for the background check.
Yeah, and so whose fault is that?
Right.
It's the frickin' government that wants to impose all these laws that don't work for people that are either insane or criminals. They just don't work. The only people they work for, you know, when I went through a background check, you have to go through a background check to get your hazmat. You have to go through the TSA for your fingerprints. It took 100 and something days for me to get my fingerprint results back from the TSA in Washington. I kept calling him because it's supposed to take about 30 days. I kept calling him, and this was way before the pandemic. I called him every day. Finally, after about 60 days, I finally talked to a supervisor, and he told me, well, I can't understand how come it's taken so long. So anyway, he looked into it, and like I said, about a month later, I finally got my fingerprints back for my hazmat. And that was for a hazmat, not for a gun. You know? It's just crazy. But getting back to this BLM crap, Steve, they are such frauds. They really are. You know, you don't see them protesting in Chicago for that little 7-year-old girl. You don't see them protesting in Kenosha anymore for those 3 black people that were killed at the bar this weekend by some lunatic. It's just, what about the people in Austin, Texas that lost their lives? I don't see them down there protesting. And you know what else is really appalling, Steve? You remember the girl that got killed in Louisville by the police, Breonna Taylor?
I do recall, yes.
Yeah, they were down there and they were, you know, protesting and this and that, and Black Lives Matter was in the streets, messing with the police. Breonna Taylor's mom went to a BLM function. I'm not sure where it was. And she was just appalled. She said, they did not even know who I was. They didn't pay any attention to me. I think they did know who she was, as a matter of fact. They didn't pay any attention. She wrote like an op-ed on Facebook about how BLM is nothing but a fraud, how they used their daughter for their political gain, and they actually raised money in her daughter's name, millions of dollars, that this a co-founder of BLM is buying all these $1 million homes in LA, Bahamas, and so forth. So she wrote a piece on Facebook, and do you know, within an hour after she posted that about Black Lives Matter, how she wrote that disparaging letter about them, what did they do? They took it down. They censored it. So that's what she was saying, that Black Lives Matter is nothing but a fraud. Nothing but a fraud. Which it is, Steve. You look at the stats. That one caller you had in the first hour talked about whites versus blacks being killed by law enforcement. It's more than double for the last 5 years. Every year, double the whites that are killed by blacks. So,
but they're able to use the statistic.
They're pushing.
They use the based on population. How many million whites are in the country? How many million blacks? And based on that, percentage-wise, it's a greater number of blacks.
Percentage-wise, but that's not the number. That's not the, look at the real number.
Right.
450 to 230. You know what I mean?
In 2021, thus far, I pulled the stats for this year. There's been 213 shot, 30 of whom were black. So 30 out of 213.
30.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, that Maxine Waters, I'll tell you, she ought to be put in prison for those remarks. That first of all, she needs to be kicked out of Congress. Can you imagine if Donald Trump came out and at one of his rallies, had a big rally in Minnesota and was talking that crap, what she was talking, those hateful remarks, those racist remarks? I mean, it's just unbelievable, Steve, the hypocrisy. And CNN had a bunch of people on that were validating what she was saying. It's just insane. It's just insane. Getting back to the COVID for a second, did you see that one article where 3 times as many people have died from drug overdoses in Nancy Pelosi's San Francisco than COVID-19?
I did indeed. I saw that. It's unreal. Big numbers.
Yeah, why is that, Steve? Because people cannot stand to live there. They're just what they call them, indigenous. Can't afford to live there. They're living in the streets. They got nothing left. Everything's been taken away from them. And all they do, whatever money they get, they just buy drugs, and then they finally end their life. It's just pretty sad. She's not doing anything about that. And then that reprobate Waters, her district is Los Angeles, by the way. The murders in L.A. are up 1,000% compared to last year. She's not down there squawking and calling the white cops racist, and we need a jury to convict a first-degree murder. She just tainted that whole trial. I hope that guy does get off with a mistrial, because the jury heard that, saw that. The judge made a big mistake by not sequestering them. So I hope he does get off. It's their own fault. And everybody can blame Maxine Waters for that. So, but anyway, I'm on my way home, Steve, and when I get home, I recorded Hannity, and I'm going to watch our greatest president, Donald Trump, on Hannity last night. So that's about all I got tonight.
Yeah, I did see that was his first, I guess, television interview in quite a period of time. Yeah. Yeah, he mentioned the San Francisco overdose deaths. Yeah, astounding. Nearly 3 times as many people died from drug overdoses last year in San Francisco than died of COVID, according to the data released by the city's Office of the Chief Medical Examiner. 713 died from drug overdoses in the city. 255 died from the coronavirus. Nationwide, the largest increase in the number of overdose deaths occurred in March and May of last year, coinciding with the lockdowns due to the virus. Overdose deaths appear to have accelerated during the pandemic. They were rising steadily before the lockdowns, during the 12-month period that ended in May last year, 81,230 people died from accidental drug overdoses, the largest 12-month total ever recorded. Men accounting for the overwhelming majority of deaths, 81%. 27% of the victims did not have a fixed address. I guess that means probably those that are out on the streets, the homeless, whatever, had become addicted and pretty much ruined their lives if they had a home or whatever, lost everything they owned due to their addiction. It's astounding to me how long can this continue to go. Are new people becoming addicted every day? Because at some point, the death of these addicts, 81,000 last year, it was 70-something thousand. I remember in 2019, the number that are dying from overdoses. Are new people becoming addicted to pick up where they left off, or it almost seems as though for these people that are dealing with the fentanyl and the carfentanol, that you're killing your clientele. If you're in the business of selling drugs, you're in the business to make money. Obviously, you have no regard for life. But how do so many continue to die? It seems that eventually, as I said, you begin. Would it be thinning the herd? Would that be appropriate? Yeah, they're all dying off. But I digress. Let's get back to the calls. It's 844-844-3388. Hello, inbred redneck.
Well, good morning, Mr. Sommers. Lordy, what a pickled mess we got here in this country. Buddy, let me tell you, you've got to be careful what you're saying there now, because they're on Stephen Crowder on YouTube, buddy. He went in there and investigated the voters in Arizona and some of these other states that were heavily contested. And he basically was showing their addresses and what he found out from it. And some of them are dead, had a death certificate. Others lived in parks and all kinds of other stuff. Steve, abandoned lots. Some people addresses for that. I'm glad to see that Arizona's looking into this. At least maybe we might get a shred of truth out of it.
Yeah.
The thing I can't understand why is America so ignorant to think Joe Biden's more popular than Barack Obama? And they just eat it up. Hook, line, and sinker. Oh, God, it's the truth. Oh, come on. You don't like me, buddy. Tom Fuller. But I got some sad news for you, buddy.
Uh-oh, what you got?
Yeah, buddy, if things work out the way I think it's going to, buddy, it's going to be a few months before you hear from me. Yeah. I'm hoping the Dogecoin will go up just a little bit more, Steve. I'm going to sell out tomorrow. There's going to be a big Elon Musk tweet about Dogecoin. It's going to send it skyrocketing. I'm going to sell it all out just as soon as it skyrockets. And I've already talked to him at work. I'm taking a leave of absence, buddy.
Where are you going to move to, redneck?
I'm not moving. I figured, Steve, I've worked hard enough in this lifetime. I love exactly where I'm at, Eastern Kentucky. It's the only place that can contain an inbred redneck like me and make me totally happy. But I figured, I made such a good investment on this. everything goes the way I want it to go, I'm going to go down there to Miami and bum around for about 2 or 3 months. Hang out on the beach. People in Miami, get ready. The inbred redneck is coming, and I'm going to have a full line of G-string that I'm bringing with me. I'm bringing my banana hammocks, ladies.
Oh, no.
So y'all get ready. Get ready on the South Beach, because here I come.
Good Lord.
It's going to be great.
I don't think the world's ready for it. I don't think they're ready for that, redneck.
Oh, yeah. It's going to be fun, buddy. I'm telling you what.
I mean, I'm looking here, and it says they're looking to make today what they call Dogecoin Day. April 20th. They want Dogecoin to hit $1 today, 1 week after it was valued at 9 cents. Do you think it could happen, redneck? If it hits $1, is that what you're going to do? Sell out?
Well, buddy, I was looking for 50 cents. If it hits 50 cents, I'm selling out. But if it goes to $1, that's just icing on the cake. I think I might take 6 months off from truck driving. You know what I'm saying, buddy?
Okay, all right.
I think it's only fair to me. I mean, sometimes you got to live life. But, Steve, I got something important I want to talk about. Them daggone BLM up there protesting in front of the courthouse in Minneapolis there, the only thing that was missing up there, if you look at it, they were all wearing black. They're marching down the streets. They're talking about intimidating jurors. I mean, what does this remind you of? 1960s Alabama or 2020 up north enlightenment? And come on.
Yep.
This looks like the KKK rebaked, buddy. It is nothing but pure juror intimidation. You know it like I do.
Yep.
You can read the writing on the wall. It's right there. People, you have to open your eyes and see what's going on. But I'm forming a new organization, Steve. I'm wanting everybody to hop aboard here. Business owners matter, Steve. Because, yes, I have been affected by the BLM movement, buddy. There's a young lady that rents a trailer from me. And she has relations with an African-American gentleman, and her child is mixed race. Well, I come home one day last year, buddy, and just out doing my rounds, checking everything out, making sure everything's all right, making sure all the residents of Redneckville are happy and everything of the sort. And daggone people in the BLM sign in my driveway. I'm like, what in the hell is going on? So I got to talking to the people. They said, yeah, that guy stays with that girl you've been renting to. He put that up. So I had to go have a good talk with them. They could have tarnished my name. Needless to say, the sign is not there and did not last very long. But business owners matter, Steve. And we see this co-founder of BLM out here buying $1 million houses. All these other people have been affected. Maybe I've not been affected as badly as other people, but I have been affected. Just think about these poor people around Minneapolis, New York, Chicago, where all the riots and everything was going on, Atlanta, Georgia. Why aren't these people civilly suing this co-founder for organized terrorism, Steve?
Right.
This is ridiculousness. This is going on. If you look at the money that it costs America, lost productivity and all this other stuff, lost real estate, lost product. I mean, the attacks from BLM, I would say, are almost close to the 9/11 attacks, Steve. I'd love to see some research group go in there and check all this out. Because I believe it's on the same scale, baby. And what I'm hoping to do, if you're somebody out there and you've been affected by all this, you're a business owner, you contact me. And we're going to get together. The old inbred redneck's got a few strings he can pull in this old world. We're going to see what we can get done about this.
Get her done. Get her done. All right. Well, Redneck, I got to get to my news break here, but hang on about you. More news about your Dogecoin. Yeah, they're looking to make 420. That's today, 420 Dogecoin Day. It's almost kind of like, remember the crazy push that sent GameStop stock prices through the roof? That sounds like they're kind of trying to do the same thing here with the Dogecoin. But the value of Dogecoin it is not possible, according to the report from Fortune magazine, to hold, because there are more Dogecoins becoming available every minute, forever. I mean, we'll break it down following a news break. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Now that the jury has the case in the Derek Chauvin trial, several cities are preparing for possible unrest after a verdict is reached. Minnesota Governor Tim Walz requested additional law enforcement assistance from other states. In a statement, Walz said that he had requested the help from Ohio and Nebraska to support efforts to preserve the First Amendment right of peaceful protests while protecting public safety. Both he and Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey have appealed for calm and said that violence wouldn't be tolerated. White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki said on Monday that the White House has been in touch with Minnesota authorities and that the president is expected to deliver remarks to the country after a verdict is delivered. And the State Department says it will change its travel warnings regarding COVID-19, which will see up to 80% of countries worldwide placed in the do not travel category. The State Department says that the expanded warnings represent a realignment with the CDC's assessments for travel guidelines. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Do you need to sell your home? If you've sold a home before, you remember how stressful and expensive it was. Sold.com is here to help you sell your home for the most money and with the least amount of stress. There are new ways to sell your home that you've never heard of before. Did you know there are companies who'll offer you cash for your home? Did you know you could trade in your home for a new one? Did you know there are realtors who'll sell your home for a flat fee instead of an expensive commission? It's true. Sold.com services are free. So if you're looking to sell, make this free phone call right now and learn how your next home sale can be faster and easier than you ever thought possible. Pick up your cell phone and call right now. 800-990-3125. 800-990-3125. 800-990-3125. Again, that's 800-990-3125.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced System Shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. to maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue DEF Platinum. The best just got better.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspection.
Visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Man, we got plenty of open lines available here. Yes, indeed. Got a ways to go, so jump on board. Well, we had Spaceman was holding earlier. We lost Spaceman. Monkey Gouger was holding earlier. We lost Monkey Gouger. Philip's hanging in there, though. Morning, Philip. What's happened with you this morning?
You know, bud, I really love your phone resets. Those things are so amazing.
Sorry about that.
Oh, that's great. That girl's come on there and she said, "You have not entered your passcode." I'm like, what the heck is that talking about? I had to hang up and go again. So that's all good, though. Hey, Steve, did you get my link I sent you about that plane crashing over at Cocoa Beach?
I did indeed see that. That's pretty bizarre. I mean, there were people out in the water, too.
Absolutely. That guy who was flying that airplane, he's amazing. I tell you, he went over a ton of people. He could have hurt somebody really bad with that big, heavy plane. But he put her down. He sacrificed it. The backstory on that airplane is they had just rebuilt it. And they were just doing passovers. They're not doing any kind of aerobatic stuff or anything with it. But the airplane had an engine problem, And he had a handful of airports he could have went back to, but he was too far out and he couldn't get it back. And he was just gliding basically. And that's when he put her in the drink. They actually set up a GoFundMe page for that airplane, and they've already had a ton of people donate a ton of money to rebuild it again. It's a pretty interesting backstory on it. Nobody got hurt. That was a good thing.
Yeah.
The airplane got sacrificed, but also we got a launch over here Thursday. Do you know about that?
Thursday, I do not. I did stay up yesterday morning and watch the whole coverage of the Ingenuity there on Mars. That was pretty cool.
Yeah, absolutely. And I heard one of the callers earlier talking about we spent $85 million. Think about this, buddy. We spent $85 million to create a drone that we could control millions and millions of miles away from us.
Correct.
That's essentially all that is no more a drone. It's no different than these drones that you could buy at any of the stores. The only thing, it's a very high-tech drone. But, yeah, just think about that. We spent $85 million to control a vehicle millions and millions of miles away from us. That's why everybody's freaking out over this. The launch we got Thursday is the Crew 2 launch. It's going to be Thursday morning at 6:11 in the morning from Kennedy. It's a SpaceX. The module that the astronauts will be in was the one that was used in the Crew demo. The booster that's going to launch it was the booster that was used just to launch Crew 1. So that booster is going to be reused again for another Crew launch, which has never been done. So it's pretty interesting stuff there. And they're still rolling out everything at Boca Chica. They're moving stuff out now. Steve, did you see that they're building more of their ground service equipment there now?
Did not.
Okay, so what Elon Musk is doing, he figured out that, hey, we can build these starships out of stainless steel. What do we use stainless steel for a lot? We use it for storage facilities and tanks and whatnot. So now he's got his guys, as well as building the starships, they're also building all the infrastructure for the starship. So all the tanks, anything that's used for storage as far as the gas and stuff is all being built right there. So that's pretty interesting stuff. That place is going to be self-reliant before it's over with. Did you hear about the robotic dog?
Yes, in New York, that's got people kind of freaking out. It's like right out of RoboCop.
Okay, well, dig this out. Elon Musk has had the robotic dogs in Boca Chica where they're building that site. Them dogs have been going all over the place there at Boca Chica, and they're watching the progression of the way the work is being done so they can continue the work at the right pace. He's using those dogs. They walk around all around where they're building the stuff, from the rockets to anything that's being built there. Them dogs are watching it. They got cameras and they're watching everything to make sure everything's going on as planned.
So somebody's sitting in a control room somewhere with a bunch of screens, just seeing what the dogs are seeing.
Absolutely. He's basically got these dogs. They're everywhere over there at Boca Chica. They've got I think 14 of them that run around there, and they go around the orbital launch site. They're working there. They're actually over in the facility where they have the high bay, which is the stack up and everything. They're everywhere, and that's how they're monitoring. Besides, they also got cameras on. They got hard-mounted cameras as well as they're watching that. But Big Brother's always watching you. That's crazy stuff to be thinking about, that, you think you're not obvious, but sometimes you might be obvious.
Mm-hmm.
You touched base a little earlier about addiction. You remember the term drowning in your sorrows?
Yeah, sure.
All right, well, there's a lot of people drowning in their sorrows, but they're not doing it with liquor anymore. And a lot of these people are looking for a quick fix. I mean, if anybody wants to hear a really cool song, and I've played music for over 30 years, you listen to Jamie Johnson's Cost of Living High is the name of the song. And that will explain what a lot of the addiction is going on in San Francisco. One day you can have a normal life, and the next day it can be upside down, and you don't know which way to turn. And the only way to do it is you got to get a fix. And, I mean, addiction is a crazy thing, and I've seen a lot of people go down the tube with it. And it ain't just drugs, and it ain't just alcohol. There's all kinds of different things going on. But people got to understand you got to pull it together and keep going. So, and Redneck, you are right. There is no difference between BLM and the Klan. It's just one side of the field. They're doing the same thing. But the difference is the Klan didn't get as big as BLM did. So that's pretty much all I got to say, Steve. You have a good one, bud. Thank you.
All right, thank you much there. Good to hear from you, Philip. I pulled up the launch. So, yeah, that'll be interesting to watch. I mean, there's always a lot of attention when you're sending humans into space. Now, of course, all the issues that SpaceX has been having are with the Starship, which that's the one that eventually is supposed to take us to the moon and maybe even Mars. That's the plan. The Falcon 9 rocket, that's the one that's been they've been using regularly. The Falcon 9s are taking the Starlink satellites into space on a regular basis. They did the successful crewed Falcon 9 launch. This is going to be the second actually having people on board, the second operational flight with astronauts on board to the International Space Station. This time around, let's see, we've got NASA astronauts Shane Kimbrough, Megan MacArthur, Japanese astronaut Akihiko Hoshide, and European Space Agency astronaut Thomas Pasquet that are going to be aboard the Dragon crew capsule. So rather than two, going to have 4 crew members this time around. The Crew Dragon will then return to a splashdown at sea. Let's see, delayed from March 30th and April 20th. Okay, so that's the plan. Thursday morning right now, the 22nd, it says here, at 6:11 a.m., the scheduled launch time there from the Kennedy Space Center. That'll be rather interesting. If you missed the big announcement from NASA as we were going into the weekend there, Elon Musk has to be proud. He was just awarded a $2.9 billion contract from NASA to return astronauts to the moon in as few as 3 years, according to the announcement. SpaceX now beats Jeff Bezos in their Blue Origins, and Dynatex, the defense contractor based out of Huntsville. According to the Washington Post, SpaceX's bid was the lowest among the offers by a wide margin, apparently, to get us to the moon. So they take bids from these independent agencies. And like everything else, the winning bid is the low bid gets the win. Now, when it comes to space exploration, I don't know if I'd like taking the lowest bidder, but all right. Originally, NASA had planned to award each company a fraction of the $2.9 billion contract, 2 of which were said to build the lunar lander. All right, with a greater reliance on the private sector, this is vastly different from the last time we put men on the moon, December of 1972, back in the Apollo program. The new administration, the Biden administration, has selected or chosen to continue the moon mission. So although it's not committed on a timeline, they proposed $24.7 billion for NASA. That was like a 6% increase from the 2021 enacted level. SpaceX has included on the proposal the reusable 2-stage heavy payload Starship rocket, Just the latest achievement for Elon Musk. Of course, they're returning astronauts to the International Space Station aboard the Falcon 9, the next launch coming up here on Thursday morning. Fascinating stuff. All righty there. We've got wide open lines about 8 before the hour. Jump on in. It's 844-844-3388. Told you we'd get back to Dogecoin. The old inbred redneck's current passion. All right, it's been an incredible week, the big surge over the past week. Now proponents are promoting a celebratory holiday, Doge Day, today. Doge Day, for the money that no one was meant to actually even take seriously. Got to remember, this was created kind of as a joke. Advocates are hoping to see Dogecoin hit $1 just 1 week after it was valued at 9 cents. They've already hit some landmarks that didn't seem possible. The market value has topped $50 billion. Believe it or not, Dogecoin it's bigger than Ford or Marriott, the hotel properties. If it comes close to hitting that target today, it could actually outpace some blue chip companies. Now, for now, Elon Musk has nothing to do with all the furor. This time, the credit goes, in part, they tell us, to Slim Jim. Really? Slim Jim? Yeah, the packaged meat product that latched onto Dogecoin mania when it was all the talk last Wednesday. Their Twitter account, they said, saying RT to send Doge to the moon. It's kind of the rallying cry among the Wall Street bets when it came to the GameStop stock. And it worked. Then other Doge fans and even other brands, well-known brands, kind of jumped on the bandwagon. Snickers, the candy bar, Snickers. Guess what day it is tomorrow? Doge Day. Doge Day 420. Okay. Some of the other tweets. Dogecoin rise. If you're ready for 420, Doge Day. All right. Rising to the moon. All right. Dogecoin has had a value of half a cent for most of its 7-year history. Half of 1 penny. 10,000 new Dogecoins are programmed to be issued every minute for the rest of eternity. Now, this is from Fortune magazine. I wasn't aware. 10,000 per minute? So the value's never going to hold. It is a cryptocurrency that's meant to always get cheaper. Even the creator of the coin says it's blowing his mind. Hey, how is it going up? At least one person or company might be making real money on the Dogecoin surge, though. In February, word escaped that an unknown entity currently holds roughly 28% of the Dogecoin in circulation. That's 38.6 billion Dogecoin. So after the high point there a couple of days ago, that would be worth nearly $5.6 billion. Okay. The cryptocurrency is up a mind-boggling 8,224%. Bubble, bubble, bubble. That's what I smell. Trouble. But were you aware of that? That 10,000 new coins, digital coins per minute for eternity. 10,000 new coins. That's the way the program works. There's going to be there's going to be a whole lot more Dogecoin than anybody knows what to do with before you know it. All right, and we'll head down the home stretch here for another hour. We'll get back to your calls ahead. You want to jump on board? Like I said, lines available wide open at 844-844-3388. From the Sunshine State, there's a county in Florida that's experiencing some serious unrest as officials look to solve the truck parking deficit. Just a few years ago, civic leaders and citizens alike band together opposing the plan for a giant truck stop along Interstate 4 in West Volusia, Florida. Now the plan for the truck stop is back. And if the citizens want to continue having their shelves stocked, they might just have to learn to live with it, according to CDL Life. While there are a few truck parking spots at rest stops along I-4, 37 of them to be exact, there's just not enough to sustain the growing population of a state that is now the third largest in the nation. Despite the opposition from some people and civic leaders in the last few years, the Florida Department of Transportation, along with the Transportation Planning Organization, commissioned an official feasibility study on the need for truck parking and potential locations for a truck parking facility. So far, the Florida DOT proposed adding 500 truck parking spaces along the I-4 corridors in Volusia, Seminole, Orange, and Osceola counties. Those parking spaces could be added as one giant lot or as many as 4 separate lots with 125 spaces each, maybe at the interchange of I-4 and State Road 472, according to the planning organization. That junction's already experienced. They're expected to experience an increase of development with the recent construction of a new Amazon distribution center, and there's plans for a new Halifax Health Hospital as well as a medical campus there. Yeah, they've identified a deficit of truck parking available on I-4. On I-4, the only truck parking from U.S. Highway 92 is at the Longwood Station. So they've got a real issue. It's a real problem. It's a safety problem because drivers spend so much time driving around looking for a place to park, and they may actually fall asleep trying to do so. We have not adequately provided parking for trucks. You don't want rigs idling in your neighborhood, so yeah, if you want stuff on the shelves, you better find a place to park the truck. I guarantee when the shelves aren't stocked, they'd say, hey, where's my stuff? Final hour just ahead as we make our way into a Tuesday. Jump on in. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Now that the jury has the case in the Derek Chauvin trial, several cities are preparing for possible unrest after a verdict is reached. Minnesota Governor Tim Walz requested additional law enforcement assistance from other states. In a statement, Walz said that he had requested the help from Ohio and Nebraska to support efforts to preserve the First Amendment right of peaceful protests while protecting public safety. Both he and Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey have appealed for calm and said that violence wouldn't be tolerated. White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki said on Monday that the White House has been in touch with Minnesota authorities and that the president is expected to deliver remarks to the country after a verdict is delivered. And the State Department says it will change its travel warnings regarding COVID-19, which will see up to 80% of countries worldwide placed in the do not travel category. The State Department says that the expanded warnings represent a realignment with the CDC's assessments for travel guidelines. You're listening to USA Radio News.
At the American Veterinary Medical Association annual convention in Washington, D.C., I spoke with Dr. John Howe, AVMA president, about One Health.
One Health is really a collaboration between physicians and veterinarians or public health officials. For example, in Minnesota, our state public health veterinarian deals with zoonotic diseases, rabies, for example. Animals are sentinels for humans, and humans are sentinels for some infections in animals.
There's more valuable information at avma.org.
Balance of Nature's fruits and vegetables in a capsule, changing the world one life at a time.
You guys, your customer service and everything, you guys are great. And the commercials talk about it, but I don't know if it really gives it true justice. People need to know. This is maybe the most amazing product I've ever tried. It's so pure, it tastes so good. I'm just blown away by it.
Balance of Nature is now offering 35% off on any new preferred order. Go to balanceofnature.com today and use discount code USA.
Over the weekend, for the first time, President Biden referred to conditions at the southern border as a crisis, as illegal crossings continue at a record pace. In his first sit-down interview since leaving office, former President Donald Trump criticized his successor for changing his border policies, leading to the current humanitarian crisis.
It's a horrible situation, could destroy our country. People are pouring in, but you'll see something as the months go by like you've never seen before. Already it's like you've never seen before. There's never been anything like what's happened at our border. And people are coming in by the tens of thousands. They're walking in. All he had to do was leave it alone. If he left it alone, we were setting record positive numbers, and people would have to come in legally. And you know, the other thing that people don't talk about, human trafficking and drugs. That's doubled, tripled, and quadrupled coming in because that's pouring in right now.
You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Wyatt Cox. Each and every day, the USA Radio Network produces 3 hours of the greatest radio programs of all time. Comedies, drama, suspense, it's all there. Classic radio theater. Now, if your radio station doesn't carry the program, you can find them anywhere podcasts are served, including iHeartRadio, Spotify, Spreaker. Just search for USA Classic Radio Theater. Find it. USA Classic Radio Theater. You'll love it.
Over the weekend, for the first time, President Biden referred to conditions at the southern border as a crisis, as illegal crossings continue at a record pace. Congressman Byron Donalds recently visited the border, saying the administration is complicit in the conditions he witnessed because of their failure to enforce immigration laws. The Florida Republican tells Fox News that the cartels have taken advantage of the conditions created after President Biden reversed the border policies of his predecessor.
The Trump administration did actually a very important thing, putting in the Mexico policy into place. That way, a lot of these asylum applications were actually being handled in Mexico. Yeah. When this president was inaugurated, President Biden, he ripped up not only the Mexico policy, but he ripped up every other enforcement measure put into place by the Trump administration, including stopping building the wall. So right now, you have the cartel laughing at us. They know we're not going to enforce the border. They know that we're essentially just going to be taking kids. And so right now they're pushing all these kids across the border at warp speed. And let's be very clear on this. The cartel knows our laws and they're using it against us. And we are not taking this threat, this crisis seriously. And this administration needs to do so.
And the Coast Guard is calling off the search for the remaining missing sailors from the lift boat that capsized off the coast of Louisiana last week in a severe storm. 19 crew members were aboard the 129-foot vessel Seacor Power when it capsized. 6 people were rescued alive and 5 bodies have so far been recovered. For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the Smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All righty then. Final hour here on a Tuesday morning. Good to have you with us. Got some other industry headlines we'll get you coming up here. Yeah, what else? Oh yeah, big week in the racing world for our friends at Hot Shot Secret. with the Outlaw Streetcar Reunion at Virginia Motorsports Park. That's actually starting. That's Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and you can catch the live feed via Flow Racing. Then you got the 12th, Friday and Saturday, the Outlaw Diesel Super Series, Rudy's Spring Truck Jam at the Piedmont Dragway, which they say that's a big one. And here's where Kyle's going to be headed out to California, the Golden State. Oh, boy. Land of fruits and nuts. It's the Hot Shot Secret Whole Shot Diesel Series. It's the Golden State Diesel Fest at Sacramento Raceway Park. Another big one. Diesel drag racing returns to the West Coast. This is going to be the inaugural season opener race for the brand new West Coast Diesel drag racing series. Hot Shot Secret, the title sponsor of the new Whole Shot Diesel Series, which kicks off Sacramento Raceway Park in Sacramento on the 24th. Like I said, Kyle will be there at the booth with a number of Hot Shot Secret sponsored racers on the track there. Good times. Hope you have fun there in California. Based on the forecast, looks like you'll be able to dress for warm weather while we're all back here freezing our tails off. Yo, Spaceman.
What's up, Joe?
Thanks for calling back. What's going
I
on?
wanted to talk about Derek Chauvin and then Dogecoin. Did you watch any of the trial or just catch highlights here and there?
I mean, just very, very little. Most of it I just caught highlights here and there. I didn't spend a lot of time watching.
I watched a couple 4-hour sessions, and the one I watched, it was boring, but I learned a lot. The night of the shooting, the guy that number one seniority of the whole police department, through the years, he's became a murder detective. And I was always under the impression that after George Floyd died, they got in their cars and cleared the scene, and people started crossing the street and shopping and going to that little store, the Cup, and everything like that. But he came out, and the 4 officers had to stay on the scene and stay separated, not talk to each other. And they roped off that entire intersection and the 4 blocks around the intersection. And they looked for surveillance cameras, and he secured all the surveillance from all the businesses. And I guess it's like a big deal. I think it's called Room 100. If you're taking down the Room 100 for an interview, you could be facing some trouble.
Mm-hmm.
So each one of them was hauled away in a separate squad car downtown to Room 100 and interviewed. And each of their cars was towed away. And they were interviewed through the night, and they were fired in the morning. They were not put on leave of absence with pay. They were fired. And then a period of days went by, and warrants were put out for their arrest, and they surrendered themselves. Derek Chauvin had his knee on Floyd's neck, and there's still pictures and slowed down video where he was lifting his foot off the ground, as they estimate half his body weight and equipment on his neck to be 90 pounds, while his partner had both knees on the middle of his back, and the third one on the back of his legs, where your main artery is. That if you get heart surgery, they go up that artery to put a stent in your heart. 3.5 minutes before he died, he stopped breathing. And one of the other officers, said he doesn't have a pulse. They said, "Do you want to, administer medical aid?" And Chauvin said, "Stay where you're at." And at that point in testimony, he had stopped breathing. And then 2.5 minutes before the end of the situation, before that ambulance arrived, he flinched, his legs threw up, and his arms tense. And in one of the, in testimony, they said that's the moment he died. So Chauvin stayed on his neck. All three of them stayed on him. He cried out for his mama. And there was a liquid that rolled in front of the car, and I always assumed that was urine. And I don't know if that came out the trial or not, or if that was water coming out of the tailpipe. I don't know. But at that 2.5 minute mark, that liquid rolled up front there. So the thing is, he showed no mercy. He stayed on his neck for 2.5 minutes of silence and no pulse, and he knew he had no pulse, and no movement, and no fight, and no struggle.
That's why I was saying earlier, that's the point where once he had passed out or whatever, was unconscious, there was no longer any struggling going on. You would have thought at that point, you roll him on his side, you roll him on his back, whatever the case, but he wasn't struggling then.
Right. Chauvin was hell-bent on that he was going to stay there until the ambulance showed, which they took a long route or something like that. But if police arrive and somebody's dead from a heroin overdose, you administer Narcan. Even though it was, I think, nothing of George Floyd, his life wasn't worth $21 million that the city paid. He won't make $1 million in his lifetime. He had broke into that woman's house and struck her in the head with a pistol while 4 other guys robbed her house. If I was a family member of her, I'd be glad he was killed. But this is not Chauvin's decision to make. He's not judge and jury to come on the scene and kill the guy. Now, there's a guy that's practicing martial arts. Like, I don't know exactly what he does, but kind of the equivalent of an MMA fighter. And he was the guy on the curb there that was calling Chauvin a chump. You're a chump. You're a chump. You're going to kill that man. You're a chump. And in testimony, with all of his martial arts training and everything, he knew that would kill him. There was also a paramedic nurse that belonged to a fire department, and she gave testimony in uniform that she walked over to Chauvin and offered to administer medical treatment, right around that 2.5 minute mark, and the short Chinese cop told her to get back on the curb. Are you still there?
Yeah, right.
And there was a lady that was watching the cop cameras live. She's like a 911 dispatcher. And she gave testimony that they stayed on top of him for so long that the protocol is you can put a knee on the neck to get cuffs on, that she thought that there was a problem with her camera system, that the camera was froze up. And then when she saw them move, she called her supervisor to look at the video because she thought that they were going overboard. So here you had the MMA person, the nurse, and her, and an 8-year-old girl, shouting. She had the green T-shirt that said love on it, and she was, you had a number of people shout, you're killing the man. And I believe that if somebody was on saying, this is a cop, and you're a cop too, and you're going to go back to work with this guy. Now, I've been at my employer for 30 years, and, situations happen between guys and work and things that happen outside of work and wives of women, and, tempers flare. And I've seen a couple pushing matches and, didn't get involved or say nothing about it. And I've been involved in a few, and they worked out, nobody was fired and blows were, it didn't get too out of hand. But if I seen 3 people put a guy down on the floor and show him no mercy, until he died. I don't give a damn if they win their trial. They're going to come back to work and work at my employer or not. I'm going to give testimony to what I seen and what I didn't see. And what you seen there is the top cops, 40 years service, number one in seniority, and a police chief and another, I think 27 in total, give testimony that that's not their training and that they killed the guy. And I believe that he's going to get either the manslaughter, the murder 2, or the murder 3 charge. I can't see. There was no split. Are you there?
Yeah.
Still?
The only thing that I see that he could actually get is like there was no premeditation there. He did not intend to kill him, but ultimately he did. So wait, is that the 3rd degree manslaughter? Is that what that would be?
Yeah, it's been a couple months and I read all 3 of them. That would be the manslaughter and then the 3rd degree. The 3rd degree is, and I wanted to mention that somehow there's this like internet rumor that he had enough drugs in him to kill 3 men. That's not true. He had 11 nanograms of fentanyl. People's been pulled over with a DUI and got a DUI and got thrown in jail and didn't die with 11 nanograms of, after they blood tested with 11 nanograms of fentanyl in their system. So there was a lot of testimony he didn't have enough drugs to kill him. But even if he had enough drugs that would kill him in 9.5 minutes, if they just put cuffs on him and let him wallow around in the street, it's still the cop's actions that when you have your knee on the guy's throat and he doesn't move at all for 3.5 minutes, this is not a split-second shooting or a judgment call or whatever. It's your responsibility to roll this guy on the side, administer mouth-to-mouth or whatever it is that you do. Not kind of straight off, what was your question?
Mm-hmm.
You asked me a question there. I was...
No, I didn't ask a question. I'm listening.
But I don't... I think that, the charges. The 3rd degree is he committed murder. His actions led to murder. That he didn't intend to. He didn't roll up and say, I'm going to kill this big black guy.
Right.
He didn't get up in the morning and he didn't even start out the 9.5 minutes that he was going to do that. But it was the manslaughter is accidentally. Like he was doing arrest procedures and he accidentally died during common procedures. The murder 3 is he had a choice to not murder him 6.5 minutes into it, but he kept doing what he was doing. So it was murder 3. And then the murder 2 was it's more intentional.
Mm-hmm.
That I'm going to keep my knee on his throat till he dies. So I'm looking at that he's going to get the manslaughter or the murder 3. If I was put money on it, that's what I would put money on. But they took that investigation serious. I was really surprised to see. Like I say, I thought they all just cleared the scene and went about their business. Now, Minneapolis has had 4 cops that have been taken to trial, under similar situations. I can remember the statistics because there was something like 3 or 4 of them, they took the stand, and they had half of them won their case and half didn't. I forgot how that broke down, but there was so much damning evidence against him. I thought that he might take the stand and let people see what was in his head. like, I was, he could say I was afraid he'd have super strength again and stuff. But the thing is, after you're dead for 3.5 minutes, nobody pops up with, super strength. And if they're cuffed behind their back, you can put them right back down. But there's this guy in North Carolina, and he has this really crazy haunted house. I can't believe the government hasn't shut him down. But you sign this waiver and you go in and he has these absolute tortures. Like, you can tap out anytime you want, but he buries you alive, puts you in gas chambers, does all kinds, stuff that will kill you. But and he has, if you can go through his haunted house, you get $1 million. But everybody taps out because what he does will kill you. But I wish him or somebody in the United States, for all these people that says that Chauvin didn't kill him, I'd like to see it done legally where you get $500,000 if you let one man knee on your neck, one on your back, and one on your legs. And your hands
9.5 minutes, yeah.
Behind your back. And you take that for 10 minutes and 15 seconds, you get the $500,000. But if you just tap your hand on the ground 3 times, it's over. And I'd like to see all these people that says that Chauvin didn't kill him, that, that they take that challenge. That's not enough to kill a person.
Yeah, but what about the fentanyl though? 3 times the amount to kill you or me. It's
no, that didn't happen. That's a lie. Search that in one of them Truth Finder things or whatever. A politician said that, and everybody repeats that like that came from the coroner, that came from the trial, or that's some official. That's make believe. That's not true. There's no truth to that. That didn't come out in the hearing. That's not a fact.
He did have fentanyl in his system though.
11 nanograms. Many people have been pulled over for DUI, going in, they drew blood, they had 11 nanograms of fentanyl in their system, and they threw them in the pokey for the night, and they got their DUI, and they didn't die. They don't send people to the hospital for 11 nanograms of fentanyl.
Okay. So,
I didn't watch the trial.
Before he was ever on the ground.
Every day, all day.
He was saying he couldn't breathe before he was ever on the ground face down.
That's true, right. Now, he had tested positive for coronavirus. I don't know if that plays into it or not. I think that was a couple months before. And to my knowledge, I wish if I thought I'd have watched it all day, every day, but I thought that would be used in defense. I kept my knee on his neck, kept him facing away from me because he was shouting I had the Rona. Mm-hmm. I don't think that came up. But yeah, he may have been on fentanyl, and there was another drug that he was on. Do you remember what it was?
I think it was methamphetamine. It was upper and downer.
Yeah. He may have been on those, to the point that he could have had breathing problems. And so then again, I would use that against Chauvin. When they walked him over to the squad car and he didn't want to get in the car, he's saying, I'm having trouble breathing. I can't breathe. Okay. So you're going to keep your knee on the man's neck for 3.5 minutes that's quintessentially dead, and he already told you before you took him down that he was having trouble breathing. Mm-hmm. Okay? That's even worse. There's people that drink 15 beers and go absolutely berserk in the home or outside a bar or whatever, and the cops come and take them down and stuff like that. And they keep them down until they can de-escalate. They don't put their knee on their neck until they die. But that can't be the common practice, because, for dealing with that type of situation, because too many people get in his situation. They say he swallowed drugs. I wish I'd followed the trial enough they showed him chewing the white chewing gum and stuff like that inside the store. He had white, he was doing chewing gum. So I don't know if he swallowed drugs or not. Somebody that's watched the trial could speak more than I can about did he swallow drugs and how much was in his system, because I'm not real clear on that. That's just some stuff I read today. And there's nobody can second guess a jury or somebody that watched that every single day on TV. You know, this is just my point of view from what I have been able to obtain from watching it a little bit and catching clips of it and stuff. Hey, you know, the Dogecoin.
Yeah, what's it at now? Is it like 40 something cents?
Yeah, I looked right before I called. It's at 40.
Okay.
Now, this is just unbelievable. I had a, you know, woulda, coulda, shoulda, did. You know, I called you last Monday. Last Sunday, it was at 5 cents.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? And Friday morning, it went to 45 cents. If I would have put $1,000 on it that Sunday, I'd have $9,000 Friday morning at 10 o'clock. If I'd have put 10 grand on it on Sunday, Friday morning I'd have had $90,000. And I was going to put somewhere between 1,000 and 5 on it, and I still have this freaking Galaxy 3 phone, right? And my phone company, my YouTube don't work. They keep sending me emails. You know, I need to get a new upgraded phone that goes LTE. That's why my phone's so slow and stuff. So I didn't buy into it because I know everybody's going to sell at once. And I didn't want to watch some little white circle spinning while I'm losing all my money. But it's Robinhood who's handling the trading for this Dogecoin. When there's a lot of buying and selling, they can't handle the load. You know, Friday they had some blackouts, and they were already drug in front of Congress once for not being able to handle the GameStop. But Inbred Redneck, I don't know his exact numbers. He said he had 1 million of them. Now, if you go back to 2 months ago, they were a quarter of a penny. Okay, for you know, there's people that's going to become millionaires, you know, for $10,000 investments. But he could at 50 cents, he could probably have $500,000 by this morning. But if I was him, I'd watch it real close, and because to sell it, you have to have a buyer, you know, and it's going to go up. It's going to go up today, and it's going to pop like a balloon. You know, it's not the future of crypto like Ethereum or Bitcoin.
This is all kind of like almost like a hoax kind of thing. It's just, it started off as a joke. Somebody's being, it is running up, but I didn't realize 10,000 new Dogecoins every minute are being generated by the computers. So that's incredible. Right. When you mine it, when they mine a block of this, they pay the person that mined it 10,000 coins. That's the problem with Doge. Is if they put a cap on it like Bitcoin, and I'm still going to buy in this. I was waiting today. If it went down to 20 cents, I was going to buy into it, old phone or not. But if they put a cap on it and move it over to the coin exchange that just went on the stock market, you know, this could really zoom up. I mean, millionaires can be made like Bitcoin millionaires. Yeah. And Inbred Redneck could probably become a millionaire out of a very small investment, you know, that he's made a while back. No joke. If this goes to $1, Inbred Redneck's a millionaire. If he waits too long and it crashes down back to a nickel, then he lost his ass. Right. Yeah, that's what he's going to be watching today. He said 50 cents. He's looking for 50 cents. All right, we got to get a news break in here. It's 844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
All adults in the United States are now eligible to receive a COVID vaccination after Hawaii, Massachusetts, New Jersey, Oregon, Rhode Island, and Vermont expanded their eligibilities on Monday. That coming after the U.S. passed a milestone over the weekend, with more than half of adults in the country having received at least one dose. A little more than a quarter of the U.S. population has now been fully vaccinated. And now that the jury has the case in the Derek Chauvin trial, several cities are preparing for possible unrest after a verdict is reached. Minnesota Governor Tim Walz has requested additional law enforcement assistance from other states. In a statement, Wall said he had requested the help from Ohio and Nebraska to support efforts to preserve the First Amendment right of peaceful protests while protecting public safety. Both he and Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey have appealed for calm and said that violence wouldn't be tolerated. White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki said Monday that the president is expected to deliver remarks to the country after a verdict is delivered. This is USA Radio News.
If you have diabetes and you're on Medicare, you may qualify for a free continuous glucose monitor system. Managing your diabetes is crucial to your health. The new CGM systems can automatically manage your diabetes better for you. And by using a CGM system, you can eliminate forever one thing most people with diabetes hate the most: finger sticks. Now it's possible to manage your diabetes better, end the painful finger sticks, and get a new CGM monitoring system at little or no cost to you. We even provide in-home delivery and do all the insurance paperwork for you. Now is the best time to manage your diabetes better and get your continuous glucose monitor. Call now for details. Call 800-451-9542. 800-451-9542. 800-451-9542. That's 800-451-9542. Paid for by U.S. Med.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
There you go. Rolling into a Tuesday. Are you ready for the big chill? Yeah, the heart of the country goes back into the deep freeze. Big time freeze warnings. All the way down into northern and central Texas. Again. Mentioned earlier in the first hour, I hope the power grid operators are ready for this cold snap into the deep south. Because once again, hard freeze is going to be in place through much of the east. They're not going to be able to probably be borrowing power from other areas because everybody's going to be firing up their furnaces again. More on our traveler's weather coming up. Happy Taco Tuesday. Truck and Phil checks in. Morning, Steve. And the Hot Shot Secret Nation. A beautiful, brisk 37 degrees. Not sure what the high's going to be today, but that must be pretty close to it. They're expecting more slushy snow up in Michigan this morning, as well as overnight Tuesday into Wednesday morning. Yes. Glad they're in Indiana, but you never know, right? Ready to depart Fort Wayne, headed for Sterling Heights, Michigan, then do the flip back to Fort Wayne. Thank you much. Truck and Phil, great to have you with us as always. Safe travels out there. What's happening with the big moose this morning?
Oh, not much. How you doing?
I cannot complain.
Oh, I could. It just wouldn't do no good.
It normally doesn't, does it?
Hey, what's the deal with Ohio and a bunch of other states? I know Ohio for sure is sending like, what was it, 600 or some highway patrolmen up there to Minneapolis to help them police the state. Do you see that?
Minneapolis had requested assistance from several other states. Yeah, I hadn't heard that. Is that what they're sending, 500 up there?
There's a bunch of them going that way. There's a convoy of them silver Chrysler northbound and down. So, yeah, well, I just, fact of the matter is George Floyd is the reason George Floyd is dead. Okay?
Okay.
And these cops, okay, and said, I'll take that challenge. You get three of them, 150-pound cops, they can sit on my back for an hour if you got $500,000. I'll take it. But the fact of the matter is, when you're in a situation where you're essentially a pilgrim in an unholy land and you're trying to hold a guy down that's 3 times your size, surrounded by a community of his supporters, all of them videotaping you, that is almost a combat situation. And in situations like that, seconds become minutes and minutes become seconds, just depending on your perspective. So, they had the guy in the back. You know, he said he couldn't breathe. They pulled him back out. He flipped out again. They pinned him down. But why was he in the situation in the first place? Because he was passing funny money and he had a sack full of dope, right? And then they're trying to make him out to be a choir boy, and these cops are the big bad villains here. No, he was a no account. George Floyd is the reason George Floyd is dead. And those cops had to act in, you know, maybe they weren't 100% following protocol, but you know what? It's a lot easier to pass judgment on a man trying to do a job in a hostile environment when you're sitting at home in the lazy boy than when you're out there with a bunch of his cronies breathing down your neck. You know what I'm saying?
I hear you.
And, you know, and people want to talk about how bad these cops are. Yeah. When I was a kid, there was cops around like Buford Pusser and old Robin Kirtley and Ed Cantrell. You think one of them guys would have come across Mr. Floyd if he'd have lived as long as he did? I don't think so. You know? He'd have started acting that way around one of them guys, and they'd have put a hole right between his mother and his you-know-what, you know?
Right.
Police brutality. Them guys did everything except powder his behind and try, you know. They had him in the car, and he was wigging out, so they pulled him back out, you know. Then he starts flipping out again. Yeah, maybe they held him down too long, but you know what? I wasn't there. I seen the video. I can about imagine what it was like, but I wasn't there, so I'm not going to pass no. I don't know what was going on in them. I don't know what was going on in their mind, you know. But the fact of the matter is, they were in that situation because George Floyd put them in that situation. They didn't go drag him out of the First Church of the Nazarene while he was up there folding prayer cloths, you know. George Floyd put them in that situation, and when the you-know-what hit the fan, that's how it played out. But the fact of the matter is, George Floyd is the reason George Floyd is dead. So, you know, like I said, it's easy to sit back and talk about, you know, what should have been done or what could have been done. But until your butt's on the ground wallering around trying to hold a 6'4", 300-pound guy down while 60 of his people are surrounding you 10 feet away, breathing down your neck and waving cameras at you, I'm not going to pass no judgment on nobody.
Mm-hmm.
So, and then that Maxine Waters get up there inciting a riot. My God, I tell you what you want to talk about a double standard? If anybody else in the world, could you imagine what happened if Rudy Giuliani would have went down there and said something like that? Or anybody.
If Rudy,
you know?
if he had gone down there and said...
Why is she getting a free ticket to ride?
If Rudy had been there and he said, if we get anything but a not guilty verdict, we're going to raise 7 kinds of hell. We're going to get confrontational. Because if the tables were turned, absolutely, the media would be all over it.
Yeah. Well, I tell you what, everybody wants to talk about this racism. I believe racism is the problem, but it's got to the point where it's reverse racism is the problem. And, you know, I tell you what, you want to talk about feeling about the minority, you know, a white Christian that works every day, pays his taxes, does what he's supposed to be, you're in the minority if that's what you are, you know. And I tell you what, I think I might just take a note from these lefties. I might just start living my life a little different. I might identify as a 19-year-old transgender, half Hawaiian, Samoa, Kokomo, hot mama, and do like Bruce Jenner and eat me a bunch of Wheaties and have my weenie turned inside out and put me a skirt on. You know, I tell you what, the perversion in this country is getting plumb out of line. And I tell you what I can't believe is the people that sit around and tolerate this crap. This is not a gimmick, folks. This is not a fad. This is not something cute. This is not about let anybody do what they want to do. This is a cancer that is killing our country from the inside out. Our moralities went out the door. You know, people don't even know what bathroom. And then they say, what gender do you want your baby to be assigned? That's not a choice. Nature does that. You know what I'm saying? And, it's just ridiculous. And I'm about fed up with a lot of it, And I tell you what makes me even sicker than these people that want to get up here and, my heart bleeds for these people. There's something wrong with them. They need to be accepted. Those people need to accept the laws of nature. That's just the way it is. There's certain things that you ain't never going to change, no matter what kind of sick, twisted, demented mental condition you've got. You ain't going to change the fact if a child is born a female, a child is born a male, a child is born white, a child is born black, a child is born heterosexual, or got some kind of other whatever. The thing is, it is what it is. And they're corrupting these kids or indoctrinating these kids into believing that all this crap is normal. This is not normal. This is some kind of friggin' the whole country is suffering from a mental condition, and it's sickening, and it's easy to sit back and say, oh well, to each his own, to each his own. Well, guess what? We've sat back and said to each his own so long that now that it's fallen right in our laps, and they're trying to force it down our necks, and what went from to each his own is now what we've got to comply with, and I just absolutely won't stand for it. And I heard on that news break it talking about, we need to get this vaccine out to the evangelicals in the rural communities. Well, bring it on, baby, because I guarantee you, before you stick me with that needle, I'm going to have something in you before you get to me. And that's all I've got to say. I'm normally not this pissed off to noon, but I got an early start at it this morning, so I see it's getting close to quitting time, so keep it between the spotted and the solid. We'll catch you later.
Thank you, Big Moose. Nothing like, nothing like telling it like it is. Sometimes, what was that movie line? You can't handle the truth. Let's see. LT Gray said earlier, I'm looking at some of our comments. Why do you tell Alexa to play the live episode? I've tried and I'm getting other things. All right, so maybe start off, LT Gray, with Alexa, enable the Steve Sommers overnight drive. I think you got to enable it first. And once you've got it enabled or whatever, then you should be able to go back and during the midnight to 5 Eastern time, at any time when we're live, say, Alexa, play the Steve Sommers overnight drive. But it's the Steve Sommers overnight drive. Brian chiming in this morning, saying what many others have been saying. Biden needs to be out of here, impeached, whatever. He's in violation of the laws. He does not run the country. He's medically unaware of what's going on. He's being guided, unfit to act as president. Well, trust me, Brian, that time is coming. I don't know how long it's going to be. And yeah, somebody's pulling his strings. Oh, there you go. LT Gray. Several minutes later, he said, never mind, I figured it out. Okay, so you got it, right? All right, good to have you with us. Yeah, if you weren't aware of that, yes, Alexa-enabled devices you can listen to the program on now. Chevy guy said, Big Moose, take no prisoners. Franklin said, preach on. Christian says, right on, Big Moose. All right, they like what you had to say. As I was talking with Spaceman about the fentanyl in George Floyd's system, it says a lethal dose is 2 to 3 milligrams, according to the Oxford Treatment Center. He said 10 to 20 nanograms is used for anesthesia. Trying to remember back, wasn't Michael Jackson, he had his own doctor, was it not fentanyl that his doctor was treating him with so he could sleep? I think it was. I mean, that's the first time I had ever really been made heard of fentanyl. I had prior to that, but so even a medical doctor, if you give too much, it's going to kill you. And I don't know, like THC, marijuana, that once it's in your system, it begins to build. It continues to build. Same with caffeine. You do caffeine, the caffeine is building up. Your body's retaining some of it. I don't know for drug addicts if fentanyl is one of those things that kind of stays in your system, and over a period of time, you're building more and more up, like your tolerance level goes up, kind of like for an alcoholic. The individual that used to get a big buzz on 3 beers and be stumbling drunk after 6, who can maybe drink 12 or 18 now, because you build a tolerance. One thing I do know is, with my son being in law enforcement, he explained to me, he's come across the overdoses on more than one occasion. The sad state of affairs that they arrested a young woman who had been arrested before, and it was that for the heroin. And he was trying to explain to me how they ask, because she had tried to get help, but it seems like the relapse, it happens time after time after time. Yeah, for many, they can go through treatment 3, 4, half dozen times sometimes. Sometimes they are successful in getting off, and other times they're not. They were kind of asking her, what is it that keeps you coming back? And he said, she explained it. How did she put it? I think she said something like, if you could imagine having an orgasm times 100. At least that's, I guess, the first time you use or something. And that's why in the medical community, they said, unlike other drugs, where you could take a pill today and not take one for another week, or you can smoke a joint today. Yeah. Supposedly, if once you do your heroin or your fentanyl, it's like, it's not a recreational drug. You're coming back for more. And the high that you get the very first time is what they're continuing to come back and try to get that feeling again. Yeah, every day. Yeah, every morning when they do wake up, if they haven't overdosed and don't wake up, they're immediately wanting to go back to get that feeling again. So you're forever trying to get back to that feeling, which, you have to have pity on people that get addicted like that. Feel bad. All right, lastly, under the trucking industry headlines from Freight Waves, you think you're making a good living driving a truck here in the USA. Truck drivers keep the goods moving around the world. And you can make good money doing it. The rates fluctuate on a regular basis. It's difficult to nail down the exact range of income that a driver might earn in any given year, they say. But in the U.S., specialized truck drivers at major companies can make upward of $70,000 to $100,000, depending on their load type. And that the mileage, the licensing, and your experience. The median annual wage for U.S. truck drivers last year was just over $47,000, according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics. In Canada, the average salary for truckers is around $43,000. ICE road truckers in Canada are some of the highest paid drivers in the world, averaging around $100,000. Mexico has the lowest average salary for truck drivers in North America, earning about $13,800 a year. Is it any wonder that if you're a driver of a truck in Mexico, is it any wonder they'd want to come across the border and try to get a job driving a truck in the United States? Yeah, major income increase. Brazil, which has the largest economy in South America, pays truck drivers on average $6,000 to $10,000 a year. China, which has one of the largest economies in the world, pays truck drivers on average $15,000 to $17,000 a year. Russia, one of the largest countries geographically in the world, pays truck drivers an average of $6,800 to $11,000 a year. Good golly. 10 countries that have the highest paid general cargo truck drivers. Now, this is all in U.S. dollars, and we're not on the top of the list. We're middle of the pack, actually. Switzerland, I guess this is general cargo drivers. Switzerland, $70,452 a year. Australia, $53,951. Keep in mind, Sylvester has explained on more than one occasion, cost of living there is a whole hell of a lot higher. So $53,951, I don't think that's going to go nearly as far as the $47,130, which is the U.S. number at number 5 on the list. You had Belgium and Norway in between, 50,000, a little over 50,000 for Belgium, 47,000 Norway. Germany, 46,871. Netherlands, 46,865. Austria, 46,000 and some change. Canada, 43,445. And Sweden, 42,751. Average general freight, general cargo truck drivers. Top 10 on the list. Again, we find ourselves right there in the middle of the pack. All right, with that, we'll wrap things up here on a Tuesday morning. Great to have you with us. Thanks so much for spending some of your time with me. I do appreciate it. We'll come back at the midnight hour tonight, make our way into Mike Hump Day, if all goes as planned. Of course, we'll have the latest on your weather. I think, we're going to be talking more about snow and cold further to the east as we head into our midweek and toward the end of the week. See you back at the midnight hour tonight. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I